of the House and ensure that they deliver for the people. And also top on the agenda is ensuring that the NSSF monies that Kenyans pay is actually increased. Also, it will be remembered yesterday the president swore in the cabinet secretaries, the 23 cabinet secretaries who will be forming his government as they continue to put the agenda of the government on the floor. Top on the agenda is ensuring that the promises given by President William Ruto during the campaign period are delivered. Moses Kuria, while taking his office yesterday, said that key on his topmost agenda is ensuring that the Kenyan tea is added value and that those who export or import the Kenyan tea get to recognize the tea as Kenyan tea and not rebranded as English tea. Some of the cabinet secretaries, all the cabinet secretaries were sworn into office yesterday. That is Musalia Mudavadi, the chief cabinet secretary, East Africa Community CS Rebecca Nimiano, and all the other cabinet secretaries as President William Ruto continues to put his house in order. It also be remembered yesterday that the Pakistani journalist who was killed in Kenya was buried yesterday in Pakistan. These as those who've been sent by the Pakistani government to come to Kenya to help with investigations are expected to land into the country today. This as the police continue to be put on sharp focus with regards to killings that continue to be reported across the country. It will be remembered that two other Indian national and a Kenyan driver were killed allegedly by police officers. But we continue to put our eyes on ground. We continue to focus on what is happening on ground as we follow up on the investigations that have been taken over by the IAU, the investigations that have been taken over by the IPOA, as they follow up on what is happening within the security department and the entire justice system. It will also be remembered that 5 more police officers from the SSU that has been disbanded were arrested yesterday and taken to court. Now, Haki Africa yesterday met nine special service police officers have been detained at Industrial Police Station until Monday, when they will be produced in court again. Kahawa Law Court's Chief Magistrate ordered that she'll determine Monday whether the 5 will be detained for a further 30 days requested by the state to allow for investigations. The 5 who were arrested add to the 4 others who are being arraigned in relation to the disappearance of 2 Indian nationals and their driver. These as Haki Africa's Khalid Hussain has called on the government to create a commission to investigate murder cases of people disappearing in mysterious ways.
Any investigation has to be impartial, it has to be open, it has to be neutral. And in our opinion, in as much as we don't want to stop the IAU or IPOA, as part of that national dialogue process, we feel that a commission of inquiry will give us more answers, because they will go out there, we will have public forums where people can come forward. Even besides the cases that are presented to them, you may find others coming forward with other evidence.
Haki Africa was accompanied by security expert Mwenda Bijiu's mother and Milene Harifom, the wife of an Ethiopian businessman Samson Tekle Michael, who was abducted by those allegedly said to be police officers.
Because Bijeu was a security expert, ni mtu ambaye alikuwa trained, alikuwa na ngani yake ambaye alikuwa anatembea naye, so wale walimshika ni watu highly trained, si mtu wa kawaida alishika Bijewe.
This person is communicado for 1 year. What did he do?
I'm Dennis Aseta. Good morning.
Friday's here and it looks like it will be a busy one. It's already starting to build up on Jogo Road this morning, getting out into the city. And Langata Road also looks like it's getting some action here and there. It's going to take you out towards Uhuru Highway, just past the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. And traffic is already building up on the Thika Superhighway this morning. At a few minutes after 6 o'clock, that is already looking pretty busy. We'll see some traffic coming off Mombasa Road, but it's not going to be too painful. A watch and see is what we're going to do this Friday. Let's talk on SpiceFM or KE on Twitter through the morning. We want to keep things moving and we'll see how busy it'll be.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room,
6 o'clock.
the only way.
Edna just confused me completely. I don't even understand what's going on this morning.
It's 6.
It's 6 o'clock.
Yes.
It's 8 minutes after 6 o'clock. Good morning and welcome to Friday. How are you doing today?
I am doing well today.
You're doing well today?
Yes, even tomorrow, God willing, I'll be doing well.
One can only hope and pray that will be the state of things, well and fine. Welcome to Friday. Kenya's biggest conversation starts now, and going into conversations that we will be having today about things that are making the news, things that are waking up to conversation, things that have been in the limelight for some time. So good to have you guys here. We can see you all getting information, as it were. Good to have you in the room too. There are many conversations that we'll be reflecting this morning, many things that are happening. It is Healthy Friday, and we'll be looking at research and development in tackling future pandemics coming off the face of COVID, looking at things that may or may not have happened with Ebola, etc. Dr. Davji Atela will be with us in the studio at 9 a.m. today. We'll also talk with Honourable David Kosing, who is Member of Parliament, Pokot South. Banditry attacks have not stopped. We're looking at the state of security in this particular area. That and other conversations we'll be having this morning. And now we say good morning to Eric. Oh, how nice of you to join us. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Me, myself, and I, we are fine.
Kabisa? Okay. So, and then 7?
Tell us, now that you're here.
See, I wanted you to continue. You're doing
Passing
a good
over
job.
The baton.
Doing a good job. I don't want a baton.
You don't? I like the relay.
I don't want the baton. What do you mean? At 7 a.m., we will have a member of parliament from the Ghanaian parliament, the Honourable Sam Nate George, the MP for Ningo Pram constituency.
Just in case anybody was wondering, Ghanaian means it comes from Ghana.
Ghanaian. The constituency is called Ningo Pram.
When he comes, ask him to say it. It's going to be very different from the way he said it.
Say it differently.
Whatever you say, you cannot deny its uniqueness. And I'm certain there is no other place on the planet which has that same name.
Of course. So this is a member of parliament. He's visiting the country, and he is very, very vocal on issues with regards to the trade relations between Africa and the West. And he'll be here telling us about these demands that are placed by the West in these trade deals and whether they work or they don't work for African countries. That's a conversation we'll be having with him. At what time? At 7 a.m. Aya, Siti nawe uko sawa?
Mimi niko sawa. Nikuzubaa, nilikuwa nimezubaa kidogo lakini niko sawa.
Usijali. Come back.
Come back, darling. Give me another try. Come on.
No, it's actually interesting how that very phrase "come back" and the lyrics differ from generation to generation. Come back, Liza. Come back, girl. Now
There's another one. Come back to me. Come back to me. Yeah. Back to my words.
Where?
Hapo.
Wuhan. Remember Wuhan?
Yes.
Wuhan has been locked again.
Down.
Was it
Locked
unlocked?
down. Yes.
When?
Wuhan was unlocked about 2 years ago.
You know, one loses track because
It seems like it's been so
China.
long,
It's up,
hasn't it?
down, up,
these
down.
shutdowns, you're not sure whether it's Shanghai has shut down, Beijing has opened up. You really don't know.
Everybody's shutting down.
So now, Wuhan, what's happened?
Wuhan in central China to the northwest are doubling down on COVID-19, sealing up buildings, locking down districts. They're said to be throwing millions into distress in a scramble to halt widening outbreaks. A Thursday, which is yesterday, of course, a third straight day of more than 1,000 new COVID cases nationwide. A modest tally compared with the tens of thousands that sent Shanghai into a full-blown lockdown earlier this year, but enough to trigger more curbs and restrictions across the country. So we saw the Congress that happened just last week, and the speculation was that China was going to open up, right? Now that Xi Jinping is certified as ruler eternal, that was the thought, that it would open up. Well, not really. Wuhan is the site of the world's first COVID-19 outbreak in late 2019. It's reported about 20 to 25 infections a day this week. The city has registered 240 cases over the last 14 days. Local authorities ordered more than 800,000 people in one district to stay home till Sunday.
Why?
Stay home. Don't say, I'm going to the shop. No. They suspended the sale of pork in parts of the city, according to images and posts on social media. Other authorities said one COVID case had been linked to the local pork supply chain, and they were able to zero in to the pig.
Where?
Yeah, imagine.
Okay.
I was looking at a story earlier, and they were able to zero in to the exact pig, when it was slaughtered, how it moved from point A to point B.
Traceability on steroids.
Telling you, these guys have got it down to the wire. It's not even funny. They've said to reduce the risk of transmission, some vegetable and fruit stores have been closed and put on a quarantine. So we're not even taking any chances. They're saying, shut it down. We are not doing this again. So you here, you can be shouting as much as you want. Oh, Shanghai, open up, economic blah, blah. Excuse me? Thank you very much. In Kenya, we've seen that 62 people have tested positive from a sample size of 832. Positivity rate is now at 7.5% in Kenya. Again, high numbers in the tens. Hasn't happened this way for many weeks. And so there's maybe a little bit of eyebrow raising in terms of what's going on here. Because this is a small sample size. And even from that small sample size, the number that we've seen is very near to 10%. So question is, qu'est-ce qui se passe? What's going on? We have to wait and see.
That's what qu'est-ce qui se passe means.
Yes, what's happening?
What's going on?
CT. It's Friday, isn't it?
It isn't.
Na ile
it just-
jacket imevaliwa leo, sio?
Umecheki lakini.
It's going to be a good day.
City has got his jacket. It's Friday the 28th, final Friday of October. Pesa iko ndani. Nani? What's the problem?
Kundani wapi. Kwa jacket.
Let's take a break. Are you online? Let's know where you tuned in from this morning. Let us know by sending a comment on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, SpiceFM KE. Take a look at the weather forecast.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This is 00 Direct, woman host, music by women, and only women guests.
Everything is so larger than life. You kind of have to have a good understanding of who you are. You could easily lose yourself.
We have a global approach in the programs that we put together, meaning that it's not just about refining my business, it's about refining the industry, it's about touching the youth and making sure that in totality, change actually happens.
Catch 00 Direct every Saturday from 10 a.m.
Only on 94.4 Spice FM. SpiceFM, Nairobi.
All right, looking into Friday morning, and we're looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi that will go to a high of 27 today and come down to lows of 16. Looking at other parts of the country, then into Nakuru, 14 degrees and clear, highs of 27 and lows of 13. Light rain at 15 in Nyeri, highs of 27 and lows of 15. And we'll see lows of 11. In a clear Eldoret at 11 currently, going to highs of 25. It's mostly cloudy at 25 in Mombasa, highs of 30. And we'll see highs of 30 as well in a mostly cloudy Malindi at 25. 19 and clear in Kisumu, highs of 30. We'll see highs of 30 as well in Kakamega, where it's clear at 17. Partly cloudy conditions at 20 in Kampala, highs of 29 and lows of 17. And it's 22 and mostly sunny in Dar es Salaam, highs of 30 and lows of 22 today. 11 degrees and partly cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 25. And we'll see highs of 32 in a rainy Lagos this morning at 25. It's 26 and raining in Kinshasa, highs of 32. Looking out into Beijing, Friday afternoon, it's 12 degrees, highs of 15 and lows of 8. Mostly cloudy conditions at 17 in Paris, highs of 23. And we'll see highs of 18 in a cloudy London at 15. Thursday night reads clear in New York. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 18 and lows of 8.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM,
Yes,
Nairobi.
from your home ownership station, Spice FM. How you doing? Remember, kmrc.co.ke. Also, you get what information, City?
I beg your pardon, sir? That, my friend, is where you call it a one-stop shop. If indeed your interest is to own a house,
Yes.
and you've been wondering whether what you earn can actually get you a house, you begin by having a conversation with your financial institution of choice, be it your SACCO, be it your bank.
Yes.
And you say, are you people affiliated? Do you have any connection with this? And given what I earn, as you well know, how can I go about getting to a point where, instead of paying this rent that I keep paying, I'm in a position where I can actually own a house?
Kabisa. Find out which banks and SACCOs are participating in this. Go to kmrc.co.ke. Who's online?
Helen Kianda Joguna says she's here with us this morning. Teacher Bunde says good morning, tuning from Gong. Colorado, USA is where Elikana, Eric Mosoti, Nyakango, all of those, they are here. Farista Mogando says good morning. He's tuning from Mumias. And sheesh, everybody is, why now? Everybody is here this morning. Simon Odhiambo says good morning from Magarini. And Kimizo says good morning. Jane Jesh is here as well. Elizabeth Wanyoika Muli Zasubui from Orlando, Florida. It's your night, it's our day, but we are together. Karibu, Karibu. Collins Kim Tai, good morning. Tuning as well is Robert. And Tobias Nyongesa is tuning this morning. Angela Nyangs, come back, CT. The weekend is here. Did you go somewhere?
Yeah.
Continue.
She said specifically, come back, CT.
It's the song. Come back, city, the weekend's here.
We can make it anything. Michael Guitar says, good morning, folks. CT, again, please recommend where you get the same jacket and also the barbershop that you go to.
The barbershop I used to go to, you mean?
Nisawa. Peter Wagongo says, good morning, Eric Ndu and CT. City Center is awake. CT, Oyaore.
Good morning. Yaore means Yao is to open.
Yao.
So it has opened up.
The morning has opened up.
Yes.
Okay. Kamau Anthony says, good morning, lady and gentlemen. Shutdowns. Yes, shutdowns everywhere. Tuko Gangari. Yeah? What is that? Gangari.
Yes.
Kufanya ile kitu. Ati?
Yeah.
Okay, so. Okay. Okay, quite a number of people tuned in this morning. Sammy Ndunda is tuned in. Dennis Oluturere tuned in as well. And Paul Ntaiya, Mbuchi Kiamtugu, everybody. Fanny Sagutu, good morning, my friends. You look amazing. Thank you very much for joining us today. Beatrice Ngenya, we see you. Honorable Kiplimo Arab Kene, my people, our person. Karibuni Sana Nyote. We can see you guys. Thanks for joining in this morning.
City, the proverb.
Right, from Ethiopia.
Mm-hmm.
The hyena is gone. That's when the dog will bark.
Hyena is a dog.
The hyena is
Final
gone.
proverb from Ethiopia. The hyena is gone.
That's when
The
the
dog
dog
will
will bark.
Yes.
So from leopards to hyena to
Dogs.
cattle to
Actually-
what was the other one? The first one was what animal?
Leopard.
Cows, down
It was
and
it was
elephant.
Leopard.
it was leopard. So leopard
Yes,
twice.
Leopard twice.
Leopard twice.
It was
cow
leopard,
once.
goat, eye, leaf. Then there was leopard tail, hold, don't let go.
Yes.
Okay. And then it
Then
was
yesterday,
cow dung.
Yes.
Yes.
Today hyena dog.
Hyena. Actually, I was torn between two proverbs.
Yeah.
There's one which I found really tickling. So let me just mention it anyway.
Uh-huh.
It is, those who wish to eat a vulture will call it a guinea fowl.
So long as you wish, Abi. It can be anything. If you want it badly enough, it can be anything.
Yes.
Give a dog a bad name, give a guinea fowl a good name.
Yes, exactly. So,
Or give a vulture a good name.
kabisa. But the hyena, yes, wonder this particular lottery.
The hyena is gone. That's when the dog will bark.
When the cat's away, the mice do play.
So they say. Yeah, that's a proverb written by men about mice and cats. Huh?
Okay, let's look at the newspaper headlines. Tafadhali. What's on the front
Tafadhali.
pages?
All right. Ruto to raid your pockets for savings. The government plans to slash up to 6% of employees' pay as part of its push for increased NSSF savings. It emerged at a Kenya Kwanza MPs meeting hosted by the president at State House, Nairobi, a move likely to hit Kenyans grappling with high cost of living. Also on the same page, there's been a warning shot, apparently, that has been delivered to the new cabinet by the president. He spelled out tough terms for members of his cabinet as he witnessed the swearing in of the 22 CSs, Attorney General and the Secretary of the Cabinet. That's on the front page of the Standard. Why Ruto read the Riot Act is also a story that's following on The Nation today. And he tells early morning Kenya Kwanza parliamentary group meeting that previous holders of powerful positions in parliament and the cabinet abused them for selfish gains and warns that he will not tolerate such indiscipline. Got it?
Yes, got it.
Thank you very much.
City, today you have many papers.
Yes. Yes. My people were not there, but I got the Star.
Okay.
Remember, it could have two sources.
Yeah.
Star. Headline. Probe on killer squad could sack in top cops.
Ooh.
Headline. Affidavits signed in court reveal how SSU officers abducted 2 Indians and a Kenyan. The story is on page 4 and 5. Then at the top, every Friday, the Star has a column or a section called Siasa. The Siasa column has an interesting article. VIPs cross fingers as Ruto concludes appointments. Interesting.
VIPs.
Yes, VIPs.
Eh?
Very important people.
Okay. Did you tell us the back page of The Nation?
No, I didn't, but I can tell you now because
Please.
it's an education story.
Yeah.
And the education review team is to hold meetings in the counties. They have a budget, it would appear. So they're going to go around. They have, just a month or so to be able to tell us how far. So that's happening there. And then in Meru County, activists petition MPs to impeach Meru governor no sooner than.
Yani, there's an ongoing series called The Chronicles of Meru.
I'm telling you.
A new episode every 2 days. This one we're not waiting until a week. Every 2 days there's a new episode.
I tell you the story.
Yes.
Let me tell you the story.
The latest from
The
the
latest
Chronicles of
coming.
Meru.
Previously,
You know,
from
every
Meru
time
County.
you mention the word story, I think of Ransom Fela Kuti. But carry on anyway.
Previously,
Yes.
in Meru County, a constitutional activist has presented to the Meru County Assembly a petition to impeach Governor Kawira Mwangaza for alleged gross misconduct and abuse of office. So I guess you don't really need much time to do these things.
No.
Conduct grossly
No.
and abuse of
You
office.
come in and
just
you
need
abuse
a
the
day.
office. You
You
call
don't need it
office
for 1 year.
Kumbaf. Straight.
Abuse. These guys are not wasting time.
Nope.
Mr. Salicio Turanira, popularly known as Tata, for his litigation on public interest matters, delivered the petition to the clerk of the National Assembly. I am out of office but can confirm the petition has been received today. I have directed the legal team to look at it and establish if it meets the threshold for presentation for debate next week. This is according to Assembly Clerk Jacob Kirari. Excuse me. In the petition, Mr. Turanira is urging the Assembly to initiate the impeachment process, arguing that there are sufficient grounds for Ms. Mwangaza's removal. The petitioner cites the appointment of Mr. Francis Mungai as the general manager of the County Revenue Board, which he says was done in contravention of the law. This was contrary to the Meru Revenue Board Act 2014, which requires that such appointments be subject to competition and approval by the Assembly. We did not approve. He also cites an incident where the governor allegedly delegated duty to her husband, Mr. Murega Baicho. Yet, he's not a state officer. And her declaration on her Facebook page that she's not ready to work with other leaders since she's an independent. All those things you see now. Grounds for what? Mismanagement.
Straight up.
Real quick, fast, and in a hurry. He adds that the executive committee was unveiled in violation of the law, and so was the appointment of Mr. Rufus Miriti as the county secretary. Ms. Mwangaza is also accused of humiliating Akeve MP Mwenda Idhili in public and inciting residents against him. Other grounds include, they've not even finished though.
11 counts, my
As
friend.
the governor's husband's participation in official meetings and employment of other relatives. The governor has been in a standoff with MCAs over allocation of ward development and bursary funds. And so they said, you know what? Even before we go far, even before we can clock 100 days in office, come and be going, I beg. We are not doing. What? They said they're not what? They're not doing.
So this one is going now to the county assembly.
Yes, and he'll answer you guys on Monday as to whether you've met the threshold to then start proceedings.
There's more to this story, I'm sure.
Always is.
There always is.
But what is one thing that she said? She said something last week, and she said, look, any money that and you take that for how you want to see, any money that is going to be awarded to members of the county assembly, I do not mind, so long as it is in line with the what? The law. That's a message that she was sending. It would go as, to see that there was something else afoot, that maybe there was some demands that were being made on her good office. And she said, no, if that's how you people were doing it in the previous administration under Mwangaza's spotlight, it will not be so. She has rubbed people the wrong way.
As if that alone would matter. Ask yourself the simple question. Which party was this lady elected on?
Independent.
Precisely.
No party.
No party.
But the majority of our MCAs, where is their affiliation?
They are Runda.
Precisely.
But she's also joined Kenya KK.
Yes, exactly. Number two, how many people would have an interest in that particular position?
Many.
Precisely.
The one who gets it is her deputy.
Precisely.
According to the what?
Constitution.
Thank you very much.
Precisely. Who has she actually offended?
What has she done? You are saying, what has she done?
No, who has she actually offended? Because political offense often has very little to do with your competence.
Maybe she hasn't actually offended anyone. Maybe she was set up from the get-go.
That possibility exists, but please explain so that I can understand it better.
She was a woman rep for Meru County.
She was.
She expressed interest in vying for this seat.
She did.
Of course, just like every other politician, she aligned herself with several other people who helped campaign for her.
Yes.
And supported her.
Yes.
And those people had interests.
Yes, they did.
Probably, in their own interest, they looked at her and they thought, huyu, akiingia tu hivi, kwanza independent.
Acha tumsukumie hii.
Yes. gets in like this, and then we play the game, destabilize it, and then we shall have our person.
Actually, the thinking is clear. Yes. You know why I ask? I am of this view that when people make plans, such as the ones that we are alluding to, it is before someone ascends to a certain position.
Yeah.
And I'm of this view. Before they ascend to the position, they are one person. When they actually get there, they're a different person. And so the promises that were made, some of them seem a bit distant. And the need to fulfill them even more distant. Okay? So you will find that, that's why I asked the question, who could she have offended? Because as you say, if you have alignments and you have understandings, it's for a reason and for a benefit. And some of these problems begin even with the naming of your cabinet. They said, what? But I thought we had agreed you'd give me 3.
Then now I'm seeing you've done, I don't know what.
What? You've given me 1. I mean, what is this arrangement? And I think it is something we are going to hear of, probably in whispers at first, and then louder complaints, even as these county governors name their cabinets.
But there's an element of Madharau in all this. That the people who are fighting her seem to think that she's weak.
No,
and that's why they come out so blatantly and openly and so forcefully from so many fronts. It's because they're thinking, this one.
Walk over.
This one. You can do it. There's that element. I mean, all these allegations, so she's accused of hiring her sister as her PA.
So what?
And then the sister's husband is her driver.
Yes. Makes perfect. Is he qualified to be a driver? Yes. No. In all sincerity.
Can he drive? Can he drive well?
In all sincerity, those appointments are made through the Public Service Board of the county. Not directly.
Yes. Did she make this one directly?
Yes, that's the problem.
And is she the governor?
Yes.
And who does the board report to?
But she's beholden by the law. She's still beholden by the law, which is their problem.
And which law has she broken?
She appointed without the due process.
Look, acting capacity. See, the board can rectify later. I mean, come on, you people. What? Has that board even been constituted?
Yes.
Properly?
Yes.
The board is there. The board exists, CT. Procedural.
Let's take a break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's 2022. My friend, bado unalipa rent? It's time to say goodbye to your landlord and say hello to your own home, courtesy of the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. Hapa KMRC tumeiweka simple sana. You can now own a home through our affordable home loans at fixed, less than 10% interest rate and for a longer repayment period of up to 25 years. Tumepartner with your local banks and SACCOs for this. Unangoja nini? KMRC inakusort na dream home yako. Kulipia nyumba yako ni kama tu kulipa rent. Visit www.kmrc.co.ke to see the participating banks and SACCOs na uanze maisha yako in your own keja. Jijenge na KMRC. Rent yako, keja yako. Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Now is when we see the build-up on the Thika Superhighway coming out towards Pangani. And that looks like just about it. Into the CBD, there's a little bit of traffic here and there, but nothing too crazy. Looks like Friday is going to be a good day. Out and about, is that what you are doing? If you're getting onto then Juja Road, coming off of Outer Ring. So, on Outer Ring, it looks actually pretty heavy as you get towards Pioneer. Heavy traffic just past the junction from Kangundo Road before you get to the junction of Juja Road. Heavy traffic. It's bumper to bumper. It's outbound. And it's going in the direction of the Thika Superhighway from that other side. Manyanja Road is also pretty busy now. It's going to connect with Jogo Road, which is heavy going out towards the roundabout at the City Stadium. All right, what else are we looking at? A little bit of traffic here and there, Mombasa Road, but it's not going to be too painful. There's also a bit of a hold-up on the Southern Bypass right about now, but you should be all right. Remember, Saturday from midnight, the roads will be closed because of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon taking place on Sunday. More information about that. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter, and let's keep things moving this morning.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
If you're looking for the best tech talent, don't hire your sister or brother or your sister's husband. Go to theroom.com. You'll find those that have been vetted.
And if those who have been vetted happen to be your sister or your sister's husband, what then do you do?
You can hire them now through that channel.
Procedure.
Procedure?
Yes.
Procedure. Okay.
Johnson Sakaja followed procedure, though.
I could say he did. If I'm looking at page 6 of the Star, there's a story here that seems to not confound that statement that you just made. And subtitle is Nominations. Interesting enough. Now, this one here, provocative. Raila's hand in Sakaja's cabinet pick. That is the headline of this.
Allah?
Yes.
Allah?
And the writer of this story, there are two of them. Gentleman by the name of Gordon Osen and Maureen Kinyanjui. This is what they're saying. Opposition leader or Chief Raila Odinga influenced the appointments of some of his stalwarts in the Nairobi cabinet, the Star can report.
Okay.
Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja on Wednesday unveiled 10 County Executive Committee CEC nominees, among them 4 women, as well as a number of advisors. There's a word here which I have difficulties pronouncing, so I skipped it.
Okay.
3 of the nominees have direct ODM affiliations. The party director in charge of membership recruitment, Rosemary Kariuki, got nominated to lead the business and hustler opportunities docket. Kariuki is the daughter of legendary politician James Kariuki, and she is a close confidant of the opposition leader. And being picked into the UDA-controlled City Hall could not happen without his express knowledge and blessing. That's according to this article. According to this article.
Because she's a young little girl who can only work under the wings of...
But it doesn't end there. Then there's a gentleman, okay? Michael Goom, who tried his hand at the party's ticket to run for the Westlands parliamentary seat, was handed the Innovation and Digital Economy docket, okay? It is said he is the son of former veteran Nairobi politician Fred Gumo. He had initially been promised a seat. How these people know these things, I don't know. He had been promised a seat at the East African Legislative Assembly after he stepped down for Westlands MP Tim Wanyonyi in the last election. All right? Now, those who are asked to comment on these things, all right, they also say Sakaja also appointed Raila's right-hand man, Ibrahim Nyangoya, as CEC for Barrow's administration and personnel. Contacted, ODM Executive Director Oduro Ngwen could not confirm or deny Raila's hand in the appointment. I am not competent to comment on that, he said. Yes.
See, they ask Sakaja or they ask Raila. Why are they asking Oduro Ngwen?
They're asking everybody.
Are we saying that there's ODM's hand or are we saying there's Raila's hand? That's how Oduro Ngwen ameingilia.
Now, there's a gentleman called Peter Imwatok, a majority leader. He said, if Raila wanted to recommend people in Sakaja's cabinet, I would be the contact person as I am the majority leader. But Baba is too busy to interfere with Nairobi executive matters, he said. Full stop. Now that matter has rested as far as he's concerned. Done.
It's over.
I think that's far-reaching. It's possible. I mean, it's probable. But...
that is assuming that Sakaja doesn't have a mind of his own to determine what it is he wants
or
to
that he does not know these people directly.
He does.
mean, he's worked with them. He's a politician.
He does. He didn't get into politics yesterday.
Yeah.
He's been around the block a couple of times now.
Yeah. However, there are people who are not happy with the appointments.
No, there are many people who are not happy.
Muslim community in Nairobi has noted with concern the appointments made by Governor Sakaja yesterday. In his appointments of top members of the executive, Governor Sakaja, we feel, has not done our community fairness and equity as required by human decency and the law. Human decency and the law. I'm reading a statement that was released yesterday by leaders of the Muslim community. Okay?
Some leaders of the Muslim community.
Some leaders.
Yes.
He has betrayed his cause, captured to his campaign mantra that everyone belongs. Nairobi is Kenya's capital, and its government must be representative of the country, and no community should be left out, and every Kenyan community ought to be represented. So it talks about the county and the national government have promised several pertinent needs of the people, which in particular include healthcare and housing. While discussing an issue like housing, our community has suffered the most with informal housing in Majengo, Kibera and Huruma, to mention but a few. A representative being nominated would ensure our plight is put on the table and discussed with clear understanding. Healthcare is an issue that's pressing to our community. Muslims belong to all tribes and spread all counties. However, our plight is lumped together and we suffer a common struggle of consideration as a second class in a country that we call home. Our contributions during the campaign period was center stage, but it seems we are now relegated to the back benches. So what do they want? We therefore demand the following: that the governor self-reflects and corrects this injustice on his own volition, number one. Number two, we urge MCAs in Nairobi to unanimously reject the list of the nominees until it reflects the full face of Kenya. And number three, we will go to court to seek legal redress through our lawyers.
Good grief.
Signed by the Jumia Mosque Committee, Hussein Abd Nasir, a representative of Park Road Muslim Youth Group, Ali Khalid, somebody, Muslim Lawyers League, Khadija, Muhammad, Umar Adan is the Isley Foundation, MCA of California, Hashim Kamau, MCA of Isley North, Dabar Ahmed, and Kahawa Ward, MCA, Honorable Mukiri, including Isley Air Base Ward, Honorable Fuad.
Okay.
They feel disgruntled.
And they feel what? Discriminated against because they're Muslim.
And
not
unincluded, unrepresented.
Yeah.
They should have been represented in this. After all, during the campaign, they were told, we cannot do this without you. All right, great. So now when you're appointing your cabinet, how come that we're not represented? We who you could not do this without. At least allow us to lead in one sector.
They're complaining
surely.
A lot.
At least one. Even one CEC. It's not
I think
representative.
the underlying conversation here, which I feel is what they should just do. In the campaigns, we saw the Mulembe Nation coming together and saying, we rally behind Timo Nyonyi, he's one of us. Or the Kamba Nation coming and saying, we rally behind Professor Kaloki, he's one of us. Or the Kikuyu community coming behind and saying, we rally behind Polycarp Igathe, he's one of us. Or saying, we're going now for Deputy Governor, what's his name? Mushiri, he's one of us. Or Sakaja. Some people, the Mulembe community saying, yes, we associate with him. If it's about communities, it's about communities. And I think this petition is by the Somali community in Nairobi.
Not Muslim.
Not Muslim. They should just come out and say, we, the Somali community in Nairobi, we do business in this city, we are a sizable population in the city, we demand inclusion. This thing of going around in circles,
calling it what it is not.
Yeah.
The thing is, to be able to make demands, you really do need a foothold. Because this is politics. And if indeed you played the part you say you did, there must have been promises. Then go to the person with whom you had that arrangement.
Yep.
And go and talk to them. And ask them why it is they have not fulfilled the promises that you people had arrived at and had agreed upon. The currency that is consistent in politics and the one which we say anecdotally you can take to the bank is what we are seeing at play here. Okay? My friend, promises made and promises kept within a certain space of time and certain things not necessarily being equal, they are never really the same. No. You are guaranteed that people will turn their back on the very promises that they made. Now, if you are in the political game and you haven't considered that and you haven't ring-fenced it so that this doesn't happen, then, my friend, you shouldn't be involved in politics. Because that is what happens. Somebody gets to the seat, new realities occur. But also, when it comes to political issues, the stories we are told are never the complete story.
No.
They are never, ever, ever the complete story. You're told what it is people want you to hear and what they want you to understand. And I can understand if you are promised and you felt that you've done your bit, you have every right to say, folks, We did do our bit.
If you delivered, then have the conversation.
Yes, and have it with the people with whom you actually made the arrangement.
Yeah.
Yes.
On the other hand, if you didn't deliver.
Yes, and where I agree with you is this. Huh? If you're talking about a community, then you're talking about a minority community. Now, that story, my friend, is an interesting one because how many minority communities do we have in this country? How many? And if you talk about people, because I read that article myself, that how many people contribute to the economy of this country? And when it comes to contribution, what do you mean? Is it that you are the holder of the business, or are you the client who makes the business possible?
Yeah. I think there may be a minority, but in terms of business and the volume of this business and the contribution of cash circulation in the city, they are not so minority.
No, they are not. But that business benefits you, the business person, and the people who contribute.
But now you want your interests
precisely
taken care
now.
of. That's why you want a seat at the table.
Yes, you do.
Because you're a critical stakeholder.
Yes, you do. In the absence of that business, the country will still move. It will still go along. It did before. It will continue. We've had minority groups controlling the economies before. Life went on. Things changed. So it is not a new discussion.
It's a hardline position you're taking.
It's a reality.
What?
It's a reality.
It won't change.
When we were colonized, the minority colonized us and they controlled everything. They were the minority. But they couldn't survive because you need people to control for you to be able to do what you do. Business at a certain point in time in this country was run by the Asian community and they held the helm of it.
Yes.
It has changed over time. This is a new era. It will also change with time. These things keep changing. It's just the reality.
With the change in times as well, CT, there is now more and more awareness and wokeness in wanting representation. Like you're saying, in those days, the Asian community that dominated the business in Nairobi was maybe comfortable playing in the back room. And they had their influence playing in the back room. And they were okay with it. And then they wanted to come to the front. And the society now, people are demanding more representation, more direct and open representation.
Affirmative action is good.
And proper seat at the table. I
Affirmative
contribute X. This economy is what percent? I am bringing 0.5%.
Precisely. Now, the people with whom you made that particular arrangement ought to fulfill their part of the bargain. Because if indeed you did contribute as you say, and the results were as positive as were anticipated, then you actually have a right to demand what it is that was promised. You have a right.
Oh, yeah. Why is the president raiding our pockets?
Because there's no money.
Aye.
You understand?
No, I don't understand.
But now let me explain.
I don't get it.
Now let me tell you so you'll get it.
Ruto to raid your
Ruto,
pocket for savings.
He has a plan for NSSF and he says it means more pain. President William Ruto is seeking to slash up to 6% of workers' take-home salary as part of his push for increased savings. He's on this thing like, you know what? We have to have a saving culture. It must be a saving nation. Saving for a rainy day, that's the thing. The president yesterday met Kenya Kwanza legislators at State House where the matter was discussed. This move will affect workers who are already grappling with the high cost of living. At the same time, Ruto has plans of increasing land rates in Nairobi. While you were at it, an MP who sought anonymity, of course, said the president was concerned that there are thousands of rich Kenyans who live in Nairobi but are not paying land rates. I own a home in Karen, and for all those years I have never paid land rates for it. It is time we review this and help the country make life better for its citizens by paying the rates. Other MPs who attended the Kenya Kwanza Parliamentary Group meeting said the president laid the foundation for his government's policies by rallying cabinet members and legislators to pass laws that will give life to his dreams. So look, I have this dream. I told Kenya this is what I want to do. Now you guys who are driving these engines, please make sure that you pass the policies so that my dream for Kenya can be delivered as president. They resolved to come up with regulations to push contributions to the NSSF to 6% of an individual's income instead of the current standard 200 shillings. But he said 200 shillings will do nothing for you. Get some more out there so that when you do retire, you can live. The president is keen on having a nation with a saving culture. He noted that the 6% from incomes will go a long way in improving the NSSF, which will eventually help Kenyans who have retired. By last evening, NSSF Chief Executive Anthony Omwerika and Omerikwa, and State House spokesperson Hussein Mohammed had not responded to queries on the fresh clamour to raise the rates. Already, workers are overburdened by high taxes, especially pay-as-you-earn for permanent workers and the National Hospital Insurance Fund. Other workers, including those who were negatively affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, with their earnings declining, are servicing loans. The cost of living has generally gone up, with many Kenyans still reeling from the negative effects of COVID-19, which saw them lose their livelihoods. The government has also rolled back on measures that were put in place to cushion Kenyans against the negative effects of COVID-19. Okay, so...
So the president, remember there was the bid to amend the NSSF Act in 2013.
Yes.
Then that went and fell flat in court. Earlier... We're on Friday?
We are on Friday.
Earlier this week, I think, that's when we saw the president, State House said that the president has struck a deal with the leadership of FKE, Core2 and the NSSF so that now they resolve this matter and agree to increase contributions by people. The law currently caps NSSF contribution at 200 per employee.
Exactly.
And then you get another 200 from your employer. So
now,
you only contribute 400. Now they're saying increase that.
So now, essentially, what it is, if you pay 200 shillings, you're earning 50,000 shillings, you will now pay 3,000. You're earning 100,000 shillings, you will pay 6,000 shillings towards NSSF. The president is saying that is the only way then you'll be able to live properly. Because after retirement, you will not be able to survive on this 200 shillings that we're talking about.
Yeah.
So save a little bit more so that you can live a little bit more comfortably after retirement.
Okay.
It will also allow NSSF to do, to have substantial investments where they normally do to be able to get that money back to you later. With this 200 shillings, they're not even scratching the surface.
I see what the president is saying. I'm just wondering, how many ways does he want us to save? He's encouraging us to save through SACCO. He's encouraging us to save through the Hustler SACCO fund. He's encouraging us to save through NSSF.
Just wants you to save, man.
So that is 6% just going to NSSF. How much does he want to go to Hustler fund?
He said
if I want money for the Hustler fund,
you have a shilling,
how much,
give you 50 cents.
How much does he want me to put in my own SACCO?
As much as you can.
Actually.
And then how much does he want me to put into purchasing my own home?
I don't have a problem with any of those deductions because they amount to deductions. Can they tell us whether NSSF is going to solve this perennial problem of actually paying people whom they should be paying money after they've retired?
That problem, they don't.
No, it's a problem. It's a problem.
They don't get to
you never get. It's a merry-go-round. You're taken here and there and everywhere, except where. This thing ought to be automatic.
Your retirement kicks in, your money kicks in.
Yes. They know how old you are. They know when you started working. They've been seeing the contributions. What they need to do is write and ask you, is your bank account still
active? Can we do like
is
that?
It still with Grindless? You say no, Grindless shut down. There's no Grindless anymore. It's KCB.
Good Lord.
They're going back that far.
Well, all I'm saying is contributions make perfect sense. But whatever it is we're contributing for, if it isn't streamlined and there's no guarantee that this money I'm contributing or whatever I'm contributing towards will not be forthcoming, then, will
our money fall into the hands of the previously corrupt schemes that NSSF
has been known for?
Yes.
You know why NHIF has always been a good thing? Because NHIF works. I mean, it has its hiccups, it has its what, but NHIF by and large has worked.
Yeah, the only way you know that NSSF is not working is after you retire.
You will know before.
You will not.
How will you know?
He's not retired yet, really.
You will not know before.
Yeah.
So they need to, instill and inspire confidence in NSSF for people to believe it. There's a new senator in the Senate, and his name is...
usually the senators are in the Senate. Just for...
And I continue. New senator in the Senate.
Yes. He's a senator for Nairobi, Edwin Sifuna, and he has taken a motion to the Senate, which has been approved for debate. And the motion is to scrap parking fees for motorists who are seeking services in hospitals, educational institutions, or government facilities.
I love it.
The House passed the motion on Wednesday, calling on Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Housing and Physical Planning and the Council of Governors to come up with a policy framework to protect motorists accessing essential services from exorbitant parking fees. Should it become policy, hospitals, airports, shopping malls, and other facilities offering essential services could be compelled to reduce or altogether scrap parking fees. While debating it, Senator said it's inhumane and even life-threatening to require patients driving to hospital for treatment to pay for parking. I've always questioned why you have to pay for parking at a hospital. It's tragic and inhuman, said Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei. Cherargei said while shopping malls are commercial institutions, there should be a law that prescribes a share of the parking fee collected to be paid to the county government. Sifuna's motion states that an imbalance between parking supply and demand caused by ineffective land use and miscalculations of space requirements led to the lack of designated car parks and exorbitant parking fees. The first-term senator argues that whether they are delivered by public or private providers, essential services such as health, banking, education, shopping, and other utilities are considered to be public service. He says access to these places offering essential services might be hindered due to exorbitant parking fees.
I love it. 100%, especially for those essential services. Going to seek healthcare, education, things that are actually a public service, and then being asked to pay for parking. No.
It's immoral.
At this rate, if you take this argument to its logical conclusion, we will not be paying parking fees in the city or in towns. Because everything that we do when you go into the CBD can fall into those categories. You just need to choose. If, say, for instance, I want to go to the law courts, public service, why should I pay? If, for instance, I want to visit a hospital which is in the middle of the city, all I'm saying is,
what's public and what's not? Where will you draw the line?
It isn't even so much what's public and what's not. The argument that has been forwarded is an interesting argument, but it doesn't paint the correct picture of why it is that these fees are charged and why they even exist in the first place. There's a reason why.
Paint the correct picture why a private hospital with ample secure parking
should charge for
is charging.
The reason is because the parking is not ample. And usually, when you don't charge for parking, people can leave their cars there ad infinitum.
All right.
And so, if you go to any hospital, there's usually not enough parking. It doesn't matter what you say. So what it forces people to do is to ensure that you park for the time that you need to be there and then you leave.
All right.
And many of these parking
spaces,
businesses, okay, there is a time where you can park for free. It's not as though you enter and you pay.
Usually 0 to 15 minutes.
Yes.
What is that? And in your own facility
that you is people... a business premise. Is hospitals the same?
Same.
No.
How long? Not. How long do they take before they start charging?
Half an hour.
What is half an hour? What is half an hour?
Half an hour is a long time.
Even in their own service charter, from one moment you enter to the moment you leave is not half an hour. So
Eric,
why are they charging you for...
let me ask you, Eric. Let me ask you. There was always a problem with security when it comes to parking. You park your car, there is no guarantee that you may find it there. So all I'm saying is, it's a full discussion, and I'm merely
all those admin costs in terms of providing security and all. It's fine. I am paying the service. Just don't charge me for parking.
I have asked Sifuna to come to the studio so that he can have this discussion, because there is a reason why. And I will also look for people who are in this business to come and explain to us how it
Bring
is
a
they
hospital
do it.
person.
Yes. Because our major hospitals have this.
And they need to stop it.
And they need to explain why they have it.
Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. After taking the oath of office, cabinet secretaries hit the road running as directed by their boss, President William Ruto, first on the agenda being taking over from their predecessors. CS Moses Kuria took over his office at the NSSF building from Betty Minor. His counterpart for ICT, Eli Dowalo, is today expected to take over from the outgoing CS Joe Musheru at Teleposta Towers. During the swearing-in ceremony, President William Ruto told his cabinet that it's time for work, adding that in the coming days they'll be required to burn the midnight oil in their offices.
I will conclude with a word from the Bible. James chapter 4 verses 17. And I want you to record it somewhere and put it on your desk. Because that verse of the Bible says, he who knows what is right and doesn't do it, it is counted to him or her as sin. Good people, I have told you what is right. We have agreed what is right. So if you don't do it, you will not only miss heaven, but you will have a problem with me. So nataka niwaulize kwa unyenyekevu, please, we have an agenda for the whole country and the people of Kenya are really expectant.
A Meru County resident has filed a petition seeking to compel MCAs to initiate impeachment proceedings against Governor Kawira Mwangaza. Mutuma Thuranira wants the governor to be impeached due to gross misconduct and abuse of office. In his petition, Mutuma faulted Mwangaza for appointing Francis Mugai as general manager of the Meru County Revenue Board without going through a competitive process and using her husband Murega Baiju as a county representative, yet he isn't a state officer.
I petitioned the County Assembly of Meru with a petition to initiate impeachment of our governor, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, on only two grounds: the way she is behaving with the public, the way she is behaving towards other leaders. That's number one, of gross misconduct. And then the abuse of office. There are a lot of allegations that are there, the way she has been employing close family relatives, which is against the spirit of our constitution.
Meru County AMC has now been enraged by Mwangaza's alleged failure to be specific about the implementation of a proposed ward fund, which she promised in her manifesto. Now, 9 Special Service Unit police officers have been detained at Industrial Area Police Station until Monday, when they'll be produced in court again. Kahawa Law Court's Chief Magistrate ordered that she'll determine Monday whether the 5 will be detained for a further 30 days, requested by the state to allow for investigations. The 5 were arrested to add to the 4 others who are being arraigned in relation to the disappearance of 2 Indian nationals and their driver. This, as Haki Africa's Khalid Hussein has called on the government to create a commission to investigate murder cases of people disappearing in mysterious ways.
Any investigation has to be impartial, it has to be open, it has to be neutral. And in our opinion, in as much as we don't want to stop the IAU or IPOA, as part of that national dialogue process, we feel that a commission of inquiry will give us more answers, because they will go out there, we will have public forums where people can come forward. Even besides the cases that are presented to them, you may find others coming forward with other evidence.
Haki Africa was accompanied by security expert Mwenda Mbijiwe's mother and Milen Halifam, the wife of an Ethiopian businessman Samson Tekle Michael, who was abducted.
Because BJ was a security expert, ni mtu ambaye alikuwa trained, alikuwa na ngangi yake ambaye alikuwa anatembea naye. So wale walimshika ni watu highly trained, si mtu wa kawaida alishika BJ.
This person is communicado for 1 year. What did he do? There's law for everything. If he has done something, let him go to court. And I'm asking for President William Ruto to see my children through his children's eyes, and to go further and to investigate about this issue and to give us justice. And I need justice for my children.
Now, the team of detectives from Pakistan who will investigate the death of renowned journalist Ashad Sharif will arrive in the country today. The journalist was laid to rest yesterday, with tens of thousands of mourners attending his funeral. The funeral took place at Islamabad's main mosque. Ashad was killed Sunday in Kenya by GSU officers in a case of mistaken identity. Now, get ready for more money to be deducted for NSSF retirement payment if Parliament passes the bill to increase the contribution of that payment by 6%. In the bill, it is recommended that the highest payer shall be deducted 15,000 shillings. I'm Dennis Acedo. Good morning.
It's heavy on Jogo Road going out into the city. We're looking at a little bit of traffic on Lusaka and then heading out towards Landis as well. On Uhuru Highway out towards the city at that Haile Selassie Junction roundabout is where you'll see some traffic as well. It's heavy also coming off of Thika Superhighway from Survey through to the CBD. Kiambu's also doing the same thing, and we're seeing Limuru Road building up quite some as well. Ring Road Westlands heavy with traffic. Wayaki Way is also taking on some of that. James Gishuru bumper to bumper in both directions. We're going to keep an eye out for this. Let us know what's going on. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Indeed it is. 7 after 7. Good morning. Happy Friday, 28th day of October 2022. It's the last Friday of the month. We're on to November and then December and done.
Done deal. Kwisha.
2023. To Kisonga. Remember, we are running on Sunday. And virtual runs are happening from Monday. You can run anywhere virtually. Anywhere in the world virtually since Monday. Yes, anywhere in the world, virtually. However, there are people who have decided they want to do a virtual, come together and run. And then they record their times virtually. People did that in Mombasa, but even if you missed it in Mombasa on last week on Sunday, you could still run even today and record your time online. The people of Kakamega are planning to do this as a group when? Tomorrow.
Yes,
Saturday.
Yes.
At Muliro Gardens. Yes. They will be running, and then you record your time virtually. And the other people of Kisumu? Sunday.
No. Everybody will run the physical run on Sunday, the 30th. So Kisumu is today, Kakamega is tomorrow. The virtual run, yes.
Okay. Yes. But if you want to run and you're somewhere today and you don't think you'll be able to make it on Sunday and you registered for the virtual run, you can run today anywhere in the world, record your time. You can run from Mombasa, from Kisumu, from Kakamega today if you don't think that you'll have time to join other people who will be running as a group at Muliro Gardens. Tomorrow, you can run. For you can run and you can run for inspiration. Come on. We have a guest in the studio. He's a member of parliament from Ghana. We'll be introducing him shortly. But the first thing that we want to do is we have our African proverbs. CT has one from Ethiopia.
Yes. The hyena is gone. That's when the dog barks.
The hyena is gone. That's when the dog barks. Okay.
I think what the proverb didn't say, there's a certain variety of dog that when they see an adversary that they know is beyond them, first of all, whine. You know this tale of tucking your tail between your legs? They tuck their tail between their legs, crouch and run away. And when they realize that the adversary is no longer there, then they come out in full flare, chest out. And a loud bark. Yes.
Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Tell him to come back. Come back. See?
That's the theme for today.
Took off. Yeah. That's it. The Honorable Sam George is a member of parliament from Ghana. He is for... Okay. I'm going to read it the way I see it written, and then you'll tell us how you pronounce it. Ningo Pram Pram constituency in the Greater Accra region?
Well, good morning to your listeners, and let me say you've done a very good job. It's Ningo Pram Pram, and so you scored an A on that.
Ningo Pram Pram constituency.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were of the view that there is no other place in the planet called Ningo Pram Pram.
There can't be any other place.
There can't be.
And
there's only one.
And there's a hyphen.
Yes. So it's two traditional areas, two towns, twin cities, for want of a better description. So you've got the Ningo Paramount, it's a traditional council, and then Pram Pram also has a different traditional council. So I represent both traditional councils, or two towns, basically, two cities.
Okay. And it's in the Greater Accra region?
Yes, in the capital of Ghana.
All right.
It's about a 45-minute drive from the center of Accra, about 15 minutes drive from our Tema port, which is our main harbour. Ningo Pram Pram is the fastest growing district in the country today, because most of the industries, Tema is our industrial area that was created by our first president, Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Tema is exhausted, and so most factories and industries today are looking for industrial land that is close to the harbour because of exports, and either exporting the finished product or importing the raw material that they need. And so Ningo Pram Pram has become the preferred destination for factories and industries as an industrial area. Again, the cost of real estate in Accra is one of the most expensive real estate cities. In fact, a square meter of land in Accra is more expensive than a square meter in Manhattan in New York. And so most young people who are starting off with life are unable to, who want to build or own their own property, are unable to do that in the center of Accra. But because of the proximity to Pram Pram and Ningo, a lot of them are coming over there. The land is cheaper there. You'll get the land for a fraction, 20, sometimes 15% of what the land is going for in the center of Accra. And so it's the preferred destination. And we're right by the sea, so it's more of like a home that's a resort kind of thing for most people, and they're coming in there. It's come with its antecedent problems, traffic and all of that. Previously, you could drive from Pram Pram to Accra Central in 45 minutes. Now it could take you 2 hours. But there's work on that. There's work undergoing that. Parliament approved a $94 million facility from the UK government. And so you're seeing an expansion of the road. It's currently a 2-lane road. We're expanding into a 10-lane road with 4 interchanges along it, contractors on the road. So we're hopeful that within the 18-month lifespan, we will be in a good place. Yeah.
What other infrastructure are they doing? Are they looking to do rail?
We because of the increasing population there, you look at all the ancillary infrastructure, that social infrastructure that is needed, internal roads, hospitals. We used to have a polyclinic. It's no longer fit for purpose, and so we've been able to, even though I'm an opposition member of parliament, we've been able to lobby the government to commence the building of a district hospital, which is much bigger and much serves a better purpose. It's under the government's Agenda 111 project, which is a project to build 111 district hospitals across the country. We are looking at expansion of school infrastructure within the district. I'm using my MP's Common Fund as part of that, and also using a foundation that I've started, the Jata Foundation. And the Jata is how I'm called by most of my supporters in Ghana, or largely by the media in Ghana. Jata is it's how the lion is called in my local language. The lion is called the Jata in my local language.
You're the Simba.
Pretty much. I believe it was in this part of the world of Africa, I would have been called Simba, but I'm referred to as the lion. And so we have the Jata Foundation that is looking to take off a lot of the corporate social responsibility or social work that I do, because I feel like it's beginning to affect my politics, my raw politics, because I'm having to do a lot of social infrastructure and social work. And And for me, I think it detracts away from my ability to focus a lot more on legislation. And so we decided to set up the foundation and have professionals run it, and then be able to channel whatever resources we have there and let it be properly run, because we're doing things like healthcare, school fees. One of the things I realized when I became a member of parliament, I'm quite young as well, I became a member of parliament by unsitting one of the legacy members of parliament in Ghana's history. In fact, he was in politics before I was born. I studied about him in school, and it was thought to be impossible. But the young people of my constituency and my country gave me an opportunity. And I believe that it's important that we build the human capital of the African youth. And so I realized a lot of them tell you, I'm done with school. And when you ask them, they'd finished the senior high school, they hadn't gone to the university. And for me, I thought that the university should be the base level of education. And so
that should be where you're done.
I mean, my 6th year as member of parliament, at the last check, we'd done almost 300 students in the university who would put in university paid for their fees, some of them even at the master's level, to ensure that we build the human capacity of the people of my constituency to be able to approach better opportunities for themselves in life.
Mheshimiwa, that's what we'd call you here. The Honourable. Our members of parliament are referred to as Waheshimiwa. Tell us a little bit about your political structure. What sort of government do you have in Ghana? See, ours is two-tiered. We have the national government and we have a county government.
All right. So basically, Ghana has a central government.
Yes.
We run the unitary state kind of system. So we're a republic. You have central government that controls everything. You've got regional ministers, but the regional ministers are appointed by the president.
When you say regional ministers,
so Ghana has 16 regions.
Yes.
Ghana is divided into 16 administrative regions, and each of those regions has a regional minister. At first, you used to have a regional minister and deputy regional minister, and we were complaining about the number of ministers. I mean, we had a president, our current president, in his first term, appointed over 120 ministers, and we thought that was a drain on the public purse. 120, and we thought that was, and we used to tease him because the symbol of his political party was the elephant, and so we said he had an elephant-sized government. As part of the measures to reduce those numbers, they took away the deputy ministers, and so you just have only regional ministers. So you have 16 regional ministers. We've got 275 constituencies, so you have 275 members of parliament, but you have 200 districts. So the districts are seen as the lowest, as the decentralization of the central government. And so the districts are headed by district chief executives. Now, these are local representatives of the president. So a district, you realize that we have fewer districts than constituencies. So there are times where a district could be made up of 2 constituencies because you're looking at the size of the constituencies. Some constituencies are not that big. Ningo Prampram, for example, used to be part of the Dangme West district, which used to be made up of 2 constituencies, Ningo Prampram and Shayo Sudoku. Now, when the population growth started in Ningo Prampram, you realize that it was no longer feasible to have the 2 as one district, and so a new district was created. So now Ningo Prampram has its district. Now, even with the district levels, depending on the population and the size and all of that, we have 3 different levels. We've got districts, we've got municipalities, and we've got metropolis. So Accra, for example, is a metropolis. So it's the Accra Metropolitan Assembly. Tema is a metropolis. Bonkatamanso, for example, which is a neighboring assembly, is a municipality. Ningo Prampram is a district assembly. And so we have those layers. And so basically your governance system is the DCE is supposed to be the agent of development because he's the president's representative. He gets the share of the national cake for local development. The member of parliament is supposed to be the people's representative that advocates for the people's needs in the House of Legislature. So if I am elected, the DC is not elected.
Do you have a say in that fund?
No, I'm an ex-official member of the Assembly, and even when it comes to the MP's Common Fund, which is 5% of what. So, for example, if 1 million Ghana cedis was dedicated to Ningo Prampram, for example, 5% of that will be designated as the MP's Common Fund. 6.5% another 5% of that is also designated as the disability fund to help persons with disability. The remaining 90% is the District Assembly's common fund, which is administered by the DCE. Now, my 5% is not is administered by me, but not controlled by me.
Explain, please.
Okay, so that 5% sits in the MP's name, but the signatories to that account are the DCE and the district coordinating director. So the MP is not a signatory to that account. So what happens is, for example, I want to pay school fees, or a community comes to me and says, we're building a school, we need 100 bags of cement. I would have to write a letter to the DCE saying that, please approve X amount from my allocation. And he will have to process it, do the procurement. I don't do the procurement. So he will do the procurement through the district's procurement office of which contractor would supply the cement, and then do the supplies and make the payments. It's a tricky situation, because when you have a situation, for example, in my constituency where I'm an opposition MP, the DCE is an appointee of the president. The DCE may have an intention of contesting as the candidate for the governing party in the next election. So why would he process requests that would make you look good? And so you've got those kinds of situations, but, well, not the Lion. I don't have that situation, because for me, what I do is, and it's a lesson that they learned from my first year, because unfortunately, when I got into Parliament, before I went into Parliament, I used to work in the office of the President as his communication specialist. And so I worked there for 4 years, and then contested for Parliament, and unfortunately, when I won for Parliament, my party lost the general elections. So from year one in Parliament, I've been in opposition, and I realized those challenges from year one. So what I did was simple. When I write to the DCE, if it's for school fees or for a community or for a church or whatever, a mosque, I copy the recipients and let them know that I have sent the letter, I've sent your request to the DCE. So your request has been, as far as the MP is concerned, I have approved it. And so, in fact, what made them stop messing up with us was youth groups, and I had about 10 youth groups that needed some support for a festival. And so all I did was I just asked all the youth groups to meet me at the district assembly, the district chief executive's office, on a Tuesday morning. And we got there, and I said to the DCE, well, for 3 weeks I've sent you a request, you haven't. So I brought the people whose request I have sent to you, and I walked away and left the youth with him. Next time I went there and didn't spend a week, it was approved.
So what do these regional ministers do?
Well, basically, they oversee what we call RegSec, which is the Regional Security Council, and they oversee the administration of the regions. So, for example, it's difficult to see the influence of the regional ministers in Accra, because that's the seat of the central government as well, even though we have a regional minister. But when you go to the other regions, for example, if a contractor was to build a road in a region, he would go and take his commencement certificate from the regional minister's office. The regional minister's office has engineers and all of that who would also be the ones to work with the Ministry of Roads and Highways to follow up on that project. So basically, the regional minister is the president's representative in the region, ensuring that the president's agenda is carried out.
Sounds like PCDC, the structure that we used to have before Constitution 2010, which brought in devolution. So there was the president, and then the president would have a structure of provincial administration. 8 provinces with a provincial commissioner who is in charge of security and development and everything.
Pretty much.
And reports to the president. And then there's a DC and the DO and the chief and the sub-chief and the village headman going all the way down.
What we've tried to do is to have a devolution between our traditional authority and political authority. And so the chiefs have or traditional authority have no direct role in the administration of regions or districts. But we have the National House of Chiefs, which is a constitutionally mandated body that is an umbrella body of all traditional authority, recognized traditional authority. So before you're recognized, you have to be gazetted by the National House of Chiefs, and they oversee, and they're basically, the Constitution says they're the custodians of Ghana's traditions and culture. And so whatever becomes acceptable norm is what has been approved by the National House of Chiefs.
Okay. I'm just looking at the structure and understanding how this all comes together and how it works. It seems as though, and not just from internal appreciation, but from external appreciation, Ghana seems to have her ducks in a row. Many times been called, of course, the darling of West Africa when it comes to then the development agenda from the West. Now, when we look at the development hand that would come from the West, how does then that play out in this structure? If we're talking about a member of parliament who must go to the DC, for example, to then be able to get funds for development projects throughout constituencies, or throughout districts, throughout areas, how then does the development agenda play out through this clearly stable structure within government?
All right. So basically, as an MP, I wouldn't go to a DC for development. I would go to the minister responsible, because at the end of the day, the DC doesn't have the control over projects or over developmental funds that will come in for projects, for example. That would be the preserve of central government. However, the DC is only responsible for an MP's share of the common fund, which is in actual sense very little money. But the real heavyweight money that comes to do developmental project is largely stuff that you have to lobby the central government and its ministers for. And so take, for example, the road I spoke about, that the 2-lane road, that's the main artery. It's actually part of the transnational West African highway that runs through my constituency, that we're talking about expanding from 2 lanes to 10 lanes. That's a project that I didn't have a conversation with the DCA about. I had a conversation with the Minister for Roads and the Minister for Finance about. And when the financing agreement came to Parliament, I supported it in Parliament because definitely my constituency was going to benefit from it. So you've got a structure where you need to have a working relationship with your DC, and then but you need to have your focus and your inroads with central government, because the cake is shared from central government, and so that's really where the focus must be. The focus to get development for your constituency must be at the national level, because it is at that level that the distribution is done. The DC is more of an implementer, okay, but the decision of where the projects go happens in central government. And so that's where you always have to have your focus and your attention.
Is Ghana's position that there must be, in terms of development for the country, should there be a symbiotic implementation of external development aid and what is available at the national level to come together and say, if we're going to see Ghana move forward in the next 10 years, or how it has over the last 10 years, whether it is at the very basic level to looking at how the country then plays out on the top, because we're talking about a country here which obviously has done something right?
Yeah.
So how do the two play out when it comes to international aid and when it comes to the policies that the central government is putting in place?
Well, largely you have Ghana being, we call the shining example, but we have our structural challenges as well. We got ourselves, we're quick to call ourselves a middle income country, a low middle income country. What that has done is it has frozen up a lot of concessionary loans and international aid, and so Ghana's aid portfolio has drastically reduced over the last 15 years. We no longer get as much in terms of international aid, because as a lower middle income country, you're now supposed to be going for commercial loans, and so that led Ghana into the Eurobond market, and we've been doing quite a number of Eurobonds. At the moment, the Ghanaian economy is pretty challenged. Reports sadly places us as the worst currency in the world at the moment. Those are structural challenges that are as a result of poor fiscal policy decisions that were taken by the current government. Even though the current government would use the guise of COVID and the Russia-Ukraine war as reasons for the decline, but we argue that when you look at Ghana's economy and Ghana's track record in the sub-region, and you look at our neighbors, Ghana's inflation this month for the month of October or September was 42.6%, which is way too high when you compare it to the sub-region. Nigeria is doing about 19%. Togo is doing about 6%. Burkina Faso, which has had a few series of of coups is doing about 11.2%. Ivory Coast is doing 7.6%. So you realize
You're
that
doing 42.6%. That's inflation.
Yeah, absolutely. That clearly is something that's wrong. And you ask yourself, where did that start from? This was an economy that was doing so well. And so Ghana is currently in conversations with the IMF to go into an IMF program. And like I said, our currency has lost over 100% of its value this year alone. You know, CD was changing for about 6 CDs at the beginning of the year.
To $1.
To $1. It's changing for about 15.5 now. You know, so more than 100% depreciation in our currency. And these are all as a result of decisions that were taken in 2020 for the current president to win his re-election. These things have a cyclical effect. I mean, you take the financial decisions in 1 year, but you begin to see the economic repercussions after 12 to 18 to 24 months. And so that's where we sit right now. And Ghana's basically been frozen out of the euro market. This year we couldn't go onto the euro bond. And that's because investors are not confident in the economy and the management of the economy. Government is currently talking about debt restructuring on the local market. And so people who hold government bonds and treasury bills, which are supposed to be the safest instruments, are being rumored to take a hit. You would lose all your interest on your T-bills, and even your principal, you'll get a haircut. That's how dire the situation is. But we're hopeful that we can put our country back on the track. We have what it takes. We know what it takes to do it. We've done it before. It just takes the political will and the decision for us to say that let's get our country back on track. Let's do it back to work. Yeah.
Let's take a break at 7:30. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. The Honorable Sam Nate George, or Jata Simba, is a member of parliament from Ningo Pram constituency in the Greater Accra region of Ghana. He's here with us in the studio this morning. We're talking about demands from the West for development, just understanding, first of all, the Ghana politics and the system of politics and the economic situation in Ghana. And then we broaden it into
Africa.
Everything else that we need to talk about Africa. We'll be back shortly after we take this quick break. Remember, go to kmrc.co.ke, kmrc.co.ke, see which banks and which circles are participating in this home loan that you can get for below 10% and for as long as 25 years. It's important because rent yako, keja yako.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This Saturday from 10 a.m., I, Olivia Otieno, will host the Queen of Afrobeats. Tiwa Savage live on 00 Direct this Saturday from 10 a.m. Only on 94.4 SpiceFM.
SpiceFM, Nairobi.
Cloudy conditions at 18 in Nairobi, highs of 28 and lows of 17. It's partly sunny at 15, highs of 27. We'll see highs of 27 as well in the cloudy Nyeri at 17. We'll go to lows of 15. Partly sunny conditions at 25 in Mombasa, highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 30 as well in Malindi, where it's wet this morning at 25. Coming down to lows of 24. Mostly cloudy at 20 in Kisumu, highs of 30, and Kakamega will be cloudy through today, highs of 30 and lows of 16. Kampala is raining at 21, highs of 29 and lows of 17, and we're looking at mostly sunny conditions for now in Dar es Salaam at 23, going to highs of 30. It's sunny at 12 in Johannesburg, highs of 25. And we'll see highs of 32 in a rainy Lagos at 24. It's also raining in Kinshasa at 25, highs of 32 and lows of 24. All right, still heavy coming off Jogo Road going out into the city, and we're just going to see that for some time. On Langata Road as well, pretty heavy, and it'll take you through to Uhuru Highway, which has traffic trickling out towards the Haile Selassie roundabout. Ring Road Western's pretty busy, coming off Wayaki Way at the same time. Quite some busy traffic. We're looking at traffic coming off a thicker superhighway. It's not letting up, at least not for now. Kiambu Road, busy as well. In and outbound traffic is bumper to bumper. We're seeing the same thing happening on Limuru Road. Keep looking out for those details through the morning. It should be all right. It's a bit of a cloud over Nairobi. We'll see what happens as we go through. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Talk to us there to try to keep things moving this morning.
Spice up your life.
(24:08). The conversation continues. This is the Situation Room on Spice FM, on KTN Home and online. Eric Latif, Ndu Oko, CT Muga, and our guest, the Honourable Sam George Jatta, MP for Ningo Pram constituency in the Greater Accra region of Ghana City.
You mentioned, Mheshimiwa, that some decisions were made a couple of years ago, and the ramifications of those decisions are being felt now. What were those decisions?
Well, basically, those were decisions that were linked to the 2020 general elections in Ghana. You had COVID that had hit us just like the rest of the world. In the tail end of 2019, Ghana began to feel it in 2020, which was an election year. The president exercised his executive powers at the time, and basically we had a suspension of a number of fiscal measures that existed. For example, we have a fiscal stability legislation, or the Public Financial Management Act, that restricts the Bank of Ghana's borrowing to central government. At first it used to be endless. As part of our fiscal reforms, we dropped it to 10%. And subsequently dropped it to 5%. But you realized in 2020 that Parliament actually gave approval, because of the emergency of COVID, for extra funding from the central bank. And we saw almost 12% of borrowing. We saw the central bank lend 10 billion Ghana cedis to the central government. You also saw a situation where you had the World Bank and the IMF advance rapid credit, like many other countries did, to Ghana. We received $2 billion from in rapid credit support and in SDR drawing rights from the IMF. We received about $430 million from the World Bank as COVID support, and $130 million again from the World Bank to do purchases of COVID vaccines. And so in a total, we had about $6 billion made available. We started commercial production of oil in 2008 in Ghana, and in 2010 the government in which I served decided to set up what we call the Heritage Fund and the Stabilization Fund. The Heritage Fund is supposed to be a percentage of government's revenues that are put in that no government can touch until Ghana's oil reserves run dry. And future generations can then begin to have a value for. So our children should be able to have value for whatever we get, a portion of what we have. So that's the Heritage Fund. Then you have the Stabilization Fund, which is also a percentage of oil revenues that are put in to help government come out of any shocks. The government depleted those funds in 2020.
Both
200, no, the Heritage Fund, we refused for them to touch.
Okay.
But the Stabilization Fund was touched, $247 million in there was also taking out. And so you look at $6 billion that came in, and literally cash was giving to candidates of, and this is not me saying it, I mean, the phone recordings that have been played by the media in Ghana of candidates speaking about how candidates of the governing party talking about how they received monies that were meant for COVID to aid their campaign, and they used that to buy the votes. Now, when you pump in such monies into the system without it supporting production, down the line, you're going to have inflation.
Yep.
Because at the time we went, even during COVID, our inflation rate was about 11%. and now you're talking 46%, 42.6%, and it's simply because monies were put into the system that nobody can account for. I mean, for example, some of the mind-boggling things that Parliament has been calling for a forensic audit of COVID expenditure. Government is refusing that, because you look at some of the things that we saw in 2021 when we did and I sit on the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament, which is basically the committee that looks at the Auditor General's report on government expenditure in the previous fiscal year. And you look at some of the things that are coming out during COVID, when our borders were closed, our airports were shut, our Ministry for Health had 32 million Ghana cedis, which at the time was equivalent to about $6 million as expenditure for conferences and travels. So the question is,
where did they
travel to? Zoom calls wouldn't have cost $6 million.
Not at all.
You had equivalent of over $1 million being used to buy tissue paper. So those are some of the things that the kinds of misapplication of funds that is typical of African economies and African democracies, that people have taken advantage of the situation and misapplied revenue that came in. And our argument is today, Ghana's gone to the IMF asking for $3 billion. Barely 2 years after you receive $6 billion in basically concessionary money that was supposed to help your economy. And so we should have been able to have taken care of COVID and had a post-pandemic recovery program with the $6 billion. If we're talking about $3 billion, putting our economy back on track with the IMF.
How strong is your parliament? Because as all these things are happening, the body that is given the mandate to oversight and be the watchdog for the people is Parliament.
Yes. So this is the 8th Parliament of the Fourth Republic. It's arguably the most difficult Parliament for anybody, because we literally have a hung Parliament. In the president's first term, and you see most of the problems we're talking about happened in his first term. He started his second term in 2021. The 8th Parliament, which I was the 7th Parliament, which I was a member of, from 2017 to 2020, was largely skewed in his favor. His party had 169 MPs. The opposition had 106. And so there was that mantra of the opposition will have their say, no matter how intelligent it is, and the majority will have his way, because you'll always put it to a vote. But the effects of the governance structure, and I believe that the vibrancy of the then minority, 106 of us, led us to 2020, where we had the general elections. The president won again, but this time, Parliament came down to 137 MPs for the governing party, 137 for the opposition. So 274 and one independent candidate.
Wow.
One independent candidate who used to be a member of the governing party. And the president said he couldn't work with him and campaigned against him, and he was kicked out of his party. And so he went independent. But after coming back to Parliament, he's decided that he's going to, in fact, we elected him as the second deputy speaker. He's served notice that he's going to be voting on all issues with the governing side. So basically, the governing side has a one-member majority. But the beauty of this Parliament is the Speaker of Parliament, we always elect the Speaker of Parliament. Normally, the governing side will put up a candidate, and normally the opposition doesn't put up a candidate because, they always have the majority.
Right.
So the opposition is always giving the second deputy speaker slot. So the speaker and first deputy speaker are candidates of the ruling government.
Yeah.
But this time, when we looked at our numbers, we decided that a retiring member of parliament, who was the longest serving member of parliament, he had been in Ghana's parliament since 1992 and had gone on retirement in 2020. He didn't contest at elections. We would put him up as candidate. And so we challenged the government and put up a candidate for speaker. It's the first time it happened. And we won. We got 3 members of the governing side to vote with our candidate. And so the Speaker of Parliament is actually a member of the opposition. And so right now, Parliament is no longer seen as, in fact, Ghana's media had always called the Parliament a rubber stamp institution.
Yeah.
But right now you have a situation where last year, for example, the budget was rejected by Parliament. And you're seeing better scrutiny. The government is being held. People say we're being disruptive with our numbers, but I believe that we're holding the government to stricter scrutiny. Now the government is careful. You've seen less loan agreements come to Parliament, because previously you see Parliament is rising today. then a 600-page loan agreement comes to the finance committee this morning, and they tell you that they have read it. They tell you that they've done the scrutiny. They tell you they've done all they have to do, and they bring the report same day and approve the loan. And you can have all the confusion and all the objection made by the opposition. They always have the numbers. Now they know they don't always have the numbers, because in Ghana's democracy, again, the president must appoint 50% plus one of his ministers from parliament. So right now the president has 80 ministers, 41 of them are from parliament. And so it then means that, and when you have ministers, they have official travels, they have trips. So it affects the numbers in parliament.
They're not always in parliament.
And so at times you see government having to hold on and issue a fiat for all government ministers who are on official assignments to return to Ghana. I mean, we've had very interesting times, like when the budget was rejected, and when we passed the controversial electronic levy on mobile money transactions, what you call M-Pesa. Government brought a tax on it. We opposed it, and for the vote of that, government had to send private jets across the world to pick up members of parliament, to bring them into parliament to be able to vote for government to have its numbers. But I think that all in all, when you look at the developmental agenda, we just like the rest of Africa at the mercy of the Western powers and the Western world and what their agenda is. And,
How so?
Well, the West has a certain agenda for Africa. And recently a video came out of a member of the European Parliament speaking about Africa and Europe. It broke my heart, because he said Europe is a garden. He didn't mention Africa, but he said the other side is a jungle. And as gardeners, we've taken care and built a beautiful garden. But the jungle is stronger than the garden. And the jungle will override the garden. So as gardeners, we have to put the jungle in check.
Ouch.
And so there is an agenda. As we speak today, there is a joint parliamentary assembly going on in Maputo, Mozambique. Now, this JPA has representatives from African parliaments. It's to look at the EU ACP treaty, the African, Caribbean, and Pacific States Treaty with the European Union. First and foremost, that whole body was created to give the ACP, the countries in the African region, the Caribbean region, and Pacific region, a collective bargaining power with the European Union. Now, the European Union says they're no longer going to have that. They're going to have, even though it's still called the EU ACP, they're going to be having different assembly meetings with just the African bloc, a different assembly meeting with just the Caribbean bloc, and a different assembly meeting with the Pacific bloc. What that does is it breaks down our front. It breaks down our numbers. One, because for every MP coming from the African bloc or the Caribbean bloc or the Pacific bloc, the European Union brings an MP. So they always have the majority. Now, with this JPA that's going on in Maputo, you have the consideration of the post-Cotonou Agreement. The Cotonou Agreement was the framework in 2015 that was put together to govern our relations. Now, it's a trade agreement that's supposed to look at trade between Africa and the European Union, or the ACP and the European Union. I've had a look at that agreement with a few friends of mine who are like-minded members of parliament across the continent. And it's shocking to find out that in a trade agreement that's supposed to be signed by trade ministers, you have the EU insert provisions that it says are contingent or conditions precedent for the enforcement of this trade agreement. And what are some of this? They call them human rights. Now, someone will sit back and say, well, that's not a bad thing. Human rights is not a bad thing. We want human rights everywhere. We want people to be free. But then when you then go into the appendices, human rights there are then properly defined in small print, which, trust me, 100% of our trade ministers will not look at. Human rights are defined to include things like abortion rights, things like sexual, reproductive, and health rights, SRHR, things like comprehensive sexuality education, CSE. And you begin to ask yourself, What have this got to do with a trade agreement? Now, what's a CSE? Comprehensive Sexuality Education, where they are insisting that African states must change or include in our curriculum education that includes teaching kids in year 1, 4-year-olds, masturbation. SRHR.
Okay. Sorry. Just hold on for 1 minute. Let's just backtrack on that.
Good.
Are we saying that this is what is in this documentation, and we're saying that it's quid pro quo in order for this trade agreement to come into place, where one or two countries essentially would benefit from a trade pact, imports, exports? We're saying in order for this agreement to come into place, these wonderful acronyms that you've now listed are explicitly saying that these things then are being encouraged of African governments?
So basically, when you take the fine print, it tells you human rights are condition precedent, and then tells you that human rights, as defined in the European Parliament's glossary, is what this document refers to. So then you then have to go
it's their
look
interpretation.
Exactly. So you then have to go look for the European Union's glossary of interpretations.
Yep.
And there, what are human rights? Abortion rights, CSE, SRHR. Because that's what I'm saying, that it's so deceptive if you don't pay attention to the fine details, you're just going to sign off the African continent. And so this is a clarion call to all African parliamentarians at the JPA. And strangely enough, we got Honorable Hashems, who is a member of parliament and leader of the delegation from Malawi, to file as far back as August questions to the European Parliament in Brussels, the Secretariat in Brussels, for this meeting going on in Maputo. Objections. The conference started on Monday, and the Secretariat says, well, we haven't received any notice.
Oh, since August?
Since August. Now they're playing... They're claiming that they can't see it.
Yeah. Ignorance.
Absolutely. And so we're saying that we're trying to raise as much awareness. We're speaking to delegations from across Africa and saying, we must insist that the JPA will not approve it. But you've been abhorred by this.
Are you sure, Sam, that what you're saying is actually
the case,
the letter and spirit of this? You are known, for example, for sponsoring a bill in your parliament that was seeking to do what? To criminalize LGBT.
Absolutely.
And promote Ghanaian culture.
Yes.
So you are known to be somebody who crusades against this whole issue of LGBTQ.
Sure.
So are you not advancing the same thing? Are your lenses...
If it was the case, you would not have the European Union, the Secretariat, feigning ignorance of the motion challenging this. In fact, part of what the JPA is supposed to do is that the European Union has tabled a motion saying that Uganda and Nigeria should be expelled from the EU ACP treaty. Why? Nigeria has passed a legislation criminalizing same-sex marriage. Uganda has a similar legislation. How do you come into our continent, want to trade with us, and you want to determine what should be legislation that has been passed by sovereign parliaments? This, for me, it goes beyond the fight against LGBTQ and CSE and all of that. And look, if you're comfortable with your 4-year-old being taught how to masturbate and being told that it is fine to love themselves, it's fine for them to love a person of the same sex at 4 years old. If you're comfortable with that, then whatever oils you're injecting, that's fine. But I'm not comfortable with you doing that to my 4-year-old. If you talk about SRHR again, SRHR, which is something that they push through a lot of the UN agencies and IPPF, is a nomenclature that does not exist even in the UN. There is nothing like SRHR in the United Nations glossary, because SRHR, we're told, is sexual and reproductive health rights. Good. When you take the United Nations documentation, what you have is sexual and reproductive rights. Sexual and reproductive rights. Okay, it's SRH and then HR, human rights, and then sexual and reproductive rights. And the UN doesn't define sexual and reproductive rights to mean what SRHR means, including abortion. No. And you see, that's the disingenuity of those pushing this agenda. We hold a simple position, and I hold a simple position. If you want us to legalize all the things you're talking about and accept all the things you're talking about, take it to the UN General Assembly. Debate it at the UN General Assembly. Put it to a vote there. If the UN General Assembly approves all of this, we will be bound by international law. But to come through trade agreements, now what is even more shocking for me is the fact that the EU ACP treaty says that when the trade ministers sign this agreement, it kicks into effect without consequence of local parliamentary ratification. Now, that's a strange thing. Because normally international treaties, when agreed, need to be ratified by local parliaments.
Right. Yep. So is this what you're talking about? Because from what you're saying, beyond, if it's possible, beyond the issues, I mean, because sexual and reproductive rights will be arguments that will go on for a very long time. But it seems that what we're talking about now is a play on state sovereignty. Is a play on nation sovereignty when it comes to what decisions they can make for themselves or not. Are we saying that this is a bigger game then that is being played to override?
So what this treaty is going to do is it's going to take away African sovereignty. And so the gravamen of our discussion and our argument that we're asking African parliamentarians to make at the JPA is very simple. We're not even asking them to go and debate the issues of CSE or LGBTQ or whatever it is, or whatever alphabets they put together. No, that's not what we're asking them to do. We're asking them to uphold African sovereignty. This is the recolonization. That agreement is the recolonization of the African continent. Because you cannot tell me that 6 members of Ghana's parliament who will go to the treaty have the right to sign off the whole of Ghana to an agreement without the opportunity of the sovereign parliament of Ghana sitting back and saying, we're going to look at this treaty, we're going to ratify this portion. And international law says that when a country signs up to a treaty, you come back and ratify it, and you ratify portions that are consistent with your local legislation. And so, take for example, I play a lot in the telecom space, and Ghana has ratified both the Budapest and Malabo conventions. But when we did the local ratification in Ghana's parliament, the portions of those international treaties that we said, this we're not ratifying for Ghana. And so every country must be allowed to make its own decisions. The European Union cannot use aid and trade to tie the hands of Africa. And for me, I want to ask myself, will Kenya's parliament sit back and say that your delegation, and I can say this on authority because our team has spoken with the Kenyan delegation, and they've stated clearly that they will not append their signature or give their approval to this EU ACP treaty if it goes ahead in the shape and form in which it is now, because it takes away the sovereignty of the Kenyan parliament. And so I doff my hat to the Kenyan delegation that's gone. But we need to have a lot more voices saying that, look, this is about Africa. You need our raw material. And this is where my call goes out to African presidents. Because again, this treaty is supposed to be signed in February next year by African presidents. Most of our presidents, forgive me, with the greatest of respect, will go to those treaties, will go to that summit. They will not read the document. They're most likely going to go for tea breaks, come back and just append their signature to it without knowing what they're signing off.
And take photos.
Absolutely. And so we're serving notice to them that as parliament, we are going to hold them to account. They must demand that our ambassadors in Brussels provide proper briefs on what it is they're going to be asked to sign. The Cotonou Agreement that was signed in 2015 was perfect. Our position is simple. The conditions precedent in the Cotonou Agreement should be retained in this new agreement.
This new one.
Do not introduce new things that are alien to us. Because you see, if Africa is not careful, we're seeing the recolonization of Africa again. It's not on the political scene, it's on the economic front. And it's happening.
Yep.
And we're hearing the stories across East Africa, across West Africa, of states going into default against loan agreements that were giving either by the Chinese or by Europe. And I think that, look, Africa must become very careful. And yesterday, speaking at what brought me to Kenya is a MOBEX conference on trade facilitation, and it's a digital conference from Ghana that's being held here in Nairobi. And for me, the argument we're making now is we must begin to trade amongst ourselves. It must be easy for Kenyans to be able to access Ghanaian cocoa beans. Today, if a Kenyan company wants Ghanaian cocoa beans, you have to go and buy it off the London Commodities Exchange. Makes absolutely no sense to me. If I want Kenyan tea, I have to buy it off the Commodities Exchange in London. This is problematic. And so we must be able to have trade amongst ourselves. It's problematic for me that African leaders are clamoring over themselves to sign a trade agreement with EU when we don't have a proper trade agreement amongst ourselves. You're asking yourself, what is Africa doing? What are we doing as a continent to make sure that we improve trade amongst ourselves? And let me state this emphatically, and I see time is up. Africa must understand our identity. The rest of the world will collapse without Africa. But Africa has failed to realize the power that we wield. First and foremost, we have the most youthful demographic in the world. We are the continent with the most youthful demographic. Today, the West, because of the policies they took 30, 40 years ago, LGBTQ and co., they've had a dip in the population rate, and now they're beginning to import the best brains from Africa to fill their workforce. That's something we must be mindful of. Secondly, without African raw material, the factories and industry that drives the West will collapse. We must understand that we own the driving force. We must begin to add value to our raw material on the African continent. What's happening in Africa today that is extremely sad is that Africa produces the raw material. We add no value to it. We export it at a quarter or a tenth of what it is, send it out to Europe, value is added to it, it's brought back to us at a premium. I'll use Ghana as an example. If you look at a ton of cocoa bean, the cost of a ton of cocoa bean, let's assume it's $1,000. Ghana is not allowed to sell or trade cocoa powder. We can only trade the cocoa bean with Ivory Coast. Ghana and Ivory Coast put together produce 55% of the world's cocoa production. Now, with the two countries are not allowed to trade the powder, we only trade the bean on the London Commodities Exchange. If a ton of cocoa bean costs $1,000, a ton of cocoa powder costs $4,000. Now, we are made to sell the bean to Belgian, Swiss, and London and British mills. They mill the bean, produce the powder, and send it back to us as processed powder and chocolate. So ask yourself, why can't we? And it's possible. When Ghana and Ivory Coast 6 years ago decided we wanted to fix a ground price for cocoa bean, else we will stop export of our cocoa bean, the European Union and London Commodities Exchange agreed to it. So if we come together as Africa and say that our raw material, we want to process it here and add value. You want to build a factory to process it, build it in Africa. You want to process the tea, build a factory here in Kenya. Provide the jobs here in Kenya. You would realize that Africa will become more resilient and more self-sustaining. Until we have that realization and stop chasing the photo ops and stop chasing the hand-downs, Africa will never take its rightful position. Remember, the gardeners want to keep the jungle in control.
We end on a high. Thank you very much, Sam. We kept quiet to let you finish.
If you left me, I'll speak for another hour.
Speak like a televangelist. Thank you very much for joining us.
Maybe because I'm a church elder. Thank you.
The Honorable Sam Nate George, a Member of Parliament for Ningo Pram constituency in the Greater Accra region. He's been here. He's been our guest this morning. Yeah, we've run into the time for the news, but thank you very much. Conversations continue in the next hour. We have the Honorable David Kosing, Member of Parliament in Kenya. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Congratulations. You've seen the hand of the Lord.
Thank you very much. I've earned another title today this morning at SpiceFM. Mama Justice, I don't mind it.
Joel in Kericho.
Salama sana Heri, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama bwana, mambo namna gani?
Salama kabisa bro.
Mambo ya Inamoi kuliendaje?
Mambo ya Inamoi, vile nilikwambia ndugu yangu, alienda asubuhi na ile gari ya kwanza.
I must have missed it.
So did I.
Even if somebody wants to render you irrelevant, there is still work you can do.
Okay, sawa.
I deserve to keep you accountable. You deserve to give me a report. You don't work for me. No, I don't work for you. You work for me.
Do you like that Freudian slip? Lovely, isn't it? Thank you very much.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
London Mulo and DJ Absolute. When the gang is together, you know it's
Sugar and spice.
great vibes, conversations, a lot of humor. I like to say we don't give an F, we give 3 Fs.
You and I are in this relationship, so it is me to tell you who we are.
When you ask a chick, how many guys have you been with? She's like, including you. If it's fun, it's funky, it's fresh, you're definitely going to catch it here. I don't know what you do every day from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock. If I were you, I'd tune in to SpiceFM 94.4.
I want you on my team.
All right, so still looking at traffic heavy on Jogo Road coming into the city. It's doing the same thing on Lunga Lunga, then getting out towards that City Stadium roundabout. Looking much better coming off Langata Road, but we're looking at traffic on Rilo Dinga Way, which is still pretty heavy. Coming off the Thika Superhighway as well as Kiambu Road. We're looking at traffic on Limuru Road as well, and coming out of Westlands. It's that busy Friday morning. We'll keep an eye on things and see what's going on. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your
It's
day.
6 minutes after 8. It's Friday, the 28th of October, 2022. We continue with conversations. We had the Honourable Member of Parliament from Ghana. Very, 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 very active city. You heard him. Yeah?
Yep.
Highly opinionated.
Well, he was speaking a language I understand very well.
Completely?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
Highly, well, we should have started that bit of the conversation a bit earlier.
We should have. But it is good.
It's always good. We have a new Member of Parliament in the House. This one is a Member of Parliament from Kenya.
No.
Not new. I'm saying we have a fresh...
We had a Member of Parliament from Ghana.
We have another Member of Parliament.
You know, now because we're in Kenya, when you say new,
people think
it's the first time. No.
veteran.
We have a veteran Member of Parliament.
Yeah, exactly. In Parliament, when you're third time and more, then you're veteran.
No, third time is a long time.
Kweli kabisa. Before we welcome and introduce him, City has the proverb.
I do. This is our final proverb, I hope, from Ethiopia.
As you hope.
As I hope, yes. The hyena is gone. That is when the dog barks. Yes.
The hyena
is gone.
And that is?
When now the dog has decided it's going to bark.
This is the time.
Yes.
It is the time it chooses.
This is clever dog has realized this one.
Of course, bwana.
Safe time to bark.
Mheshimiwa David Kosing is the Member of Parliament for Pokot South. He's in the house with us. Good morning, Mheshimiwa.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, the hot seat of the Situation Room. Make yourself comfortable and all. Of course, you're a veteran Member of Parliament. This is your what term?
Third term. Third term.
10 years serving, going now, starting your 11th.
I am starting my 11th and 15th. 15 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Karibu sana to the show. We have had conversations with members of Parliament from the region of yours because we have talked about the insecurity that touches on those counties. Starting from Baringo, it crosses over into Samburu, into Elgeyo Marakwet, into West Pokot, goes into Turkana. And we keep asking, what is it that needs to happen so we can end this? And that's why we've welcomed you to the studio. Karibu sana.
Asante du.
From where you sit, you represent the Pokot people. You know, wherever we have somebody here, they tell us now, they are representing the Marakwet, or they are representing the Keyo, or they are representing the Pokot, or they are representing...
Or the Turkana.
Turkana.
Yes.
And there's always accusation and counter-accusation. You know, our people cross over to the other side, and those people then come over into our side, and they raid, and there's always this and the other. The insecurity in that region goes back very many decades, not just a few years. And from the government of Kenyatta into Moi, into Kibaki, into Uhuru, now into Ruto, every new president inherits the same issue, and they always promise to crack down on it. But what is it that happens there?
My good brother, thank you for bringing me here to this Spice. I watch in the morning in my house. So you are fairly popular.
Karibu.
And with Katie and then you are very popular. So I think you are fairly new. Yeah. So, but let me tell you, my brother, this region and the insecurity, there's one or three things which are common in that area you're talking about. And I think this needs to be understood. So then from that context, we can be able to analyze the conflict. Number one is that area is semi-arid, or rather semi-desert. The entire area, you take it from Turkana, crossing Pokot, crossing Baringo counties, as I'm talking about, going to Samburu, going to Isiolo, you know, inashikana Ibo until the end. One common thing is that it's arid or semi-desert, point number one. Number two, the community that I'm talking about living in that area, they depend on one, economical and subsistence activity, which is cows. Remember, it's economical and subsistence, meaningful food. And in fact, also I'll say religion and medicine. They depend on one product, which is an animal. That animal needs something to live. It needs pasture. So when you put pasture and arid and desert, they don't go together. It is seasonal. It's very seasonal. That is the second characteristic of that region. The third one, and more important, that nobody has gotten it right, is that there is no government. Right?
There is no government in that region.
There's no government. When I say like that, it's very controversial. It's very debated or debatable. And that's the reason why we go wrong. There's some people who defend and say, oh, no, we don't say like that. This country is independent. It is true. This country is sovereign. It is true. But when we mean government for ourselves, we mean security. There is no security there. Those people live alone. They live alone, I'm telling you.
What do you mean? When they say there's no security, you mean there's
no police.
There's no deployment of security.
There's no police or then sufficient. There's nothing, right? There's nothing. And therefore, when you say, when then those people are fighting for survival in terms of grass and water, then there's no organization of government. So what happens? You fight for survival. That's the truth. You fight for survival. So if you want your cows to go and graze, and remember, when it is dry season, like almost now, the pasture tend to surround a certain area, small area. So you find Pokot coming to look for grass along that area. Marakwet then can also come and look for grass around that area. Turkana, Samburu, call anything. What happens, my brother?
So, Shmi, are we saying that?
Let's fight.
Are we saying that all of this insecurity, that because this is not the first time?
Yes.
I don't know. I'd have to look back and see if we've ever seen security when there has been plush weather situations. Whether when it has been raining, I would have to look and see.
Yes.
Whether when it has been raining, there has been insecurity. When there is adequate, resources, pasture, has there been insecurity? Because what we are saying now is that this perennial insecurity, we are saying it is a resource issue. That the fighting is primarily because there are not enough or sustainable sources of pasture for flock.
It's not only that, but it is true. But there's no organization, there's no security, there's nobody who takes care and say, for example, that if there is if that area you're talking about, it's true, it's related to resources. Remember, the cow or a cow in our area is both subsistence and economic. Right? And health. If you have no cow, you die.
And custom and culture.
Exactly, and culture and everything. If you want to graduate to another age, or get married, or marry, you need animals. It is everything. So, when this cow is threatened by pasture, you will go for pasture. And that pasture, because it's limited, then everybody is coming to look for the same pasture because the same community depends on the same thing. What happens? War. It's been like that since history. However, what then, because you cannot just use that parameter to then describe this conflict in this region, but you must bring in the second, which is that there's no government. Yes, there's no government. And I want to say that. There's no government.
So let's go back all the way. Go back to however many years. When you say that there's no government,
yes,
there is a provincial commissioner.
Yes.
There is a district commissioner. There is a DO. I mean, if you look at the old times, let's say the Moi and Kibaki and the first Kibaki, there's a DO. There's an assistant DO. There's chief and sub-chief. That is government.
What do those people do?
Chief
That's why I told you
has an AP officer.
When I say security, and I'm giving an example so that it doesn't become theoretical. So that doesn't become theoretical. I'm using example of Uganda.
Okay.
And if you saw me last week when we were interviewing on vetting the ministers, I even asked the minister now for security,
Professor
Kindiki, whether it's going to come up with different methodology, right?
Yeah.
And the methodology which has been used and worked for us is in Uganda. President Museveni, right? This area, the entire area of eastern Uganda, northeastern Uganda, was extremely ungovernable for many years, right? And the region may be known to everybody called Karamoja region, right?
Yep.
It was fight in that place. And of course, we bought that place as Pokots. So we were also affected. When Museveni came, he brought in what I'm saying, government. He brought in security. He removed the army from the barracks. And I want to say this, my brother. This thing will be political. People will come and get political mileage as I'm talking. Maybe my people will be thinking that I'm a hero, or somebody comes and talks and people think that he's a hero, he's elected. But I'm telling you, my brother, if we analyze these things from what's called a desktop view, Nairobi view, we will talk forever. I said, let's move. Why is army in Nairobi? Why is army in Eldoret? In these urban centers? Why is security in urban centers? What happened to those people who live there? So what happened, what Museveni did, right? He devolved security. He devolved. 5 kilometers, there is security. There is army. And they live in huts, grass-thatched huts. Security must take care of the people. Army must take care of the people. Right? So you take them there. So when you take police there, what happens? You bring a road, you bring a school. You are removing now what I was telling you earlier in terms of subsistence and economic. So when you bring a road, you open the road, people find alternatives in terms of survival. Either they go to markets, they go to business, they go sell or buy things and bring to the market. You change lifestyle, right? And even if they are going to graze, there is security. So when Pokot cows and Karamoja cows to graze, you cannot fight and steal from somebody because then there's army. When you steal somebody's cow, it cannot even sleep in your house. The army comes and picks in the morning. So you find that it's useless. And the army knows that you have gone to your neighbor and picked an animal. Then they work on you. So what happens? You don't steal.
Yep.
You can even graze together.
Becomes a deterrent.
It becomes a deterrent, and then again also you graze together. Then you change your lifestyle. You become friends. You kind of know each other. You break the ice. You become friends. You become relatives. You even get married or marry. Right? And if you go to Uganda now, and I want to tell you people who analyze these security issues from, and I thank you for giving us an opportunity to come and share with you. But I want you people one day, take a walk. Take a walk to Tiati. Take a walk to Baragoi. Take a walk to Skuta Marmar. Take a walk to Turkana South, right? And go all the way to Turkana West and enter into Uganda. See how the Ugandans are living. Then you'll come on this table and you'll tell Kenyans what is the truth.
You see all those things that you're saying, Mheshimiwa? All those things make a lot of sense. All those things have been said before.
Yes.
Open up an area, develop an area.
Absolutely.
Take infrastructure to a place.
Absolutely.
Take schools, take hospitals, take police stations.
Correct. Take them there.
Take them there. We establish.
Let them live with the people.
Unit, let them live there.
Yes.
Moi knew this. Okay, let's start. Kenyatta knew this.
Yes.
Moi knew this.
Yes.
Kibaki knew this.
Yes.
Uhuru knew this.
Yes.
They haven't done it. Look at your leaders.
Yes.
Who have also been very vocal.
Yes.
At the national level.
Yes.
Even going back all the way to Francis Lotodo and the others.
Yes.
They've said this and they've known this.
Yes.
And have had influence in government.
Yes.
It has never happened. Why?
The government has no
interest in the people?
At all.
Okay.
They have no interest. They have interest in towns, right? They have interest in towns. So when there's a problem, you know what happens? Just rush there and stop it.
Or is there actually interest? But the interest that we are talking about now is making sure that we keep these communities fighting amongst themselves. Perhaps that could be the interest?
For me, is that there's lack of interest completely. Even of development in those places, there's lack of interest.
Mheshimiwa,
government is not interested.
What you say, you know the truth of it because that's where you come from.
I was born there.
And one cannot dispute it. So do I understand to be saying that even with the devolution and with the county system, that has made no change whatsoever?
No change.
Why? And yet money is given to the counties.
To do what? That's where we go wrong. Money to do what? People want security. I've said this when I was beginning. Now, you know, the debate now is, it's changed.
Yeah.
So what's the debate? The debate is commercialization of cat rustling. That is wrong. We are running the bush. So what happens when there's a problem? You arrest the leader. You vilify the leader. Or me. Now I've talked, somebody will vilify me tomorrow, say, oh, why did Kosing talk about this? And so that is where we go wrong. And then, this strategy government has been using and failing, called Operation, which is now in Tiati. That's a very archaic, wrong strategy. And I'm calling it extrajudicial killing. They only baptize it by the name Operation. So that it looks like it is.
And disarmament.
And disarmament, then it looks like it is allowed. Or it's a just war. It is actually what I'm calling extrajudicial killing.
Of who?
Of the Pokot people, if that's the case. Now the operation is in Tiati. That's extrajudicial killing.
The operation going on right now in Tiati is targeting your people.
Yes, targeting Pokot. And I'm calling it extrajudicial killing.
And why would you say that the Pokot are being targeted?
Where is the operation? It's in Tiati. Tiati is where it's Pokot. It will, and it's isolating us and making us a bit even feel very bad. Even me as a leader, I feel bad. That will not help. That will not bring peace.
What would they, in your opinion, what should they have done?
I have said, ndugu yangu, and I want to say this, and I want you people, the media, the most powerful and influential, please let's talk about different strategy. And I've said, let's remove the army from Nairobi, from Eldoret, from these towns. Take them to live with the people. You know, when you take the army to live with the people in Baragoi, the people in Tiati, the people in West Pokot, the people in Turkana, the people in Sholo, right? As I told you, it is a deterrent. Then you can be able to know if somebody has a gun, you will be able to even arrest that person with a gun. Because you live there, right? So when army, I'm telling you, there's a no man's area. If you don't want to drive, please take a chopper and fly over this area. You'll just come and tell me when you come to this TV or radio, you'll come and tell me those people are suffering. I'm telling you, those people, they are alone with God and mercy.
No, they're not alone. There's somebody who's supplying them with very sophisticated weaponry, Mheshimiwa.
Let me tell you.
The business of conflict is not cheap.
Leadership of that area has been accused. And let me just point it out. The members of the other communities that have recently been speaking have been saying, look, there's no way a 10, 11-year-old Pokot kid could have the kind of gun that they have now. There's no way those guns can get all the way to the hands of these teenagers without some serious connected people having supplied them. And then they point out to the local leadership of this community must be aware of what's happening because they don't speak against it or they don't even tell us who's responsible for it. How do you respond to that?
It's fallacy. I'm not saying that, of course, when I say that, people say Mheshimiwa Kosing is defending his colleagues and leaders and maybe Pokot leaders. I will say forever.
So what is the fallacy?
The fallacy is, and that is where I'm saying you go wrong, because we miss the target. What is the target? The target is take the police from Nairobi, let them go and live there. When we say like that, they say, okay, well, for no, they killed the 6 policemen, they killed 3 policemen.
They killed 40.
Now 40, they can't live there. It's not true. What do you do when, for example, you are living in that area? Remember that you have a cow, which is your life, your religion, your medicine, and it's threatened. And you are living alone. No government. What happens? People try to survive, including now looking for those weapons you're talking about, right? What do? Do you wait to die? No, you can't. You better die fighting. It's just like saying, don't die kneeling. You better die standing. Because nobody, I want to tell you, my brothers, it looks like it is, or maybe Mheshimiwa Gosing is talking about what? I want to ask this. I want to plead with you guys. I want to plead with this Spice TV and radio. Please go to Tiati, go to Baragoi, go to Turkana. Just fly. Just fly. Take a fixed wing or a chopper, fly. Then come and talk. And call me for a discussion. Maybe you land there, maybe sleep there. Then the following day come and call me. There's no life. People live there like animals. People live there like I don't know, like savages. And it is independent Kenya.
When asked about the county government, you dismissed it and said they do nothing. And yet, the county government, if it's West Pokot, it is, I believe, a Pokot who would be the governor. You are a Pokot.
Yes.
How many members of parliament do we have in that region who are Pokots?
We have 6.
Yes. The question I was asking, let me ask it in greater detail. The resources that other counties get, the county that you belong to also get. The leaders who are there are elected by those people as you are elected. What I hear you saying is that you are helpless, that the help you require goes beyond your office as a member of parliament, and that the national government ought to intervene. But what I was asking is, are we saying that the resources, now we are now, is our third term with the county system?
Yes, that term, yes.
Are we saying that all that money, because the county has received funding, that it has done nothing whatsoever to change the lives of the people, even in the slightest bit? That even you, with your Constitution Development Fund, there is nothing that it has done to touch or change the lives of the people?
And that's where we go wrong. I think I've not been understood. I've not been understood. And that is why.
Let's do it again. I think it's necessary.
And that's why these people cannot be understood. The Pokot and that war, and the call everybody who leave that place. That is why we'll continue with our war forever, because we are not understood. Even when we explain, we are not understood. I said one thing earlier, that the cow is what?
It's everything.
It's everything.
Economic and subsistence.
I said that first.
Plus religion, plus culture.
I said there's no government. I have not talked about any money from counties, right? And my view, I was born there. I grew up there. I will tell you this. Before you talk about resources from counties, and I'm not blaming and I'm not cherishing the resources from counties, please, first of all, make people live peacefully. Bring security. Leave alone this idea of, there's money from counties and so on.
Security is a national government function.
Okay. And it is number one in that place. And I've given you an example of Uganda. Let us go together. I can even volunteer. I can volunteer to take you there if you feel like now my friend, madam, maybe she fears to go to that place.
No,
I will volunteer to go there with you, myself. Then you come and sit here and call the Pokots, call the Turkanas. Then we can have an informed decision. I'm not talking about the money. The money is number 2, number 3. Because even if you bring the money will not even access in time. So what will government money do? Maybe look for food, pay for fees, maybe build for 1 or 2 classes. So what about this area, which is now, for example, ungovernable? Yeah. You build a school for what? And then what happens? You devote that money to maybe the peaceful places, which now then is going to be towns. Even in West Pokot or Turkana or Samburu, it is within the towns, right? The people who are now, then the vast area is left without those facilities. So what happens? Few people come and live in town and go to school. The majority of people who depend on cow will be in the bush. I will tell you this, my brothers. If government wants to finish this thing, right? They just do one thing. Say, okay, well, today, what's the problem? Is it what I'm saying? Has it been tested? Yes, it's been tested. Where? You don't need to go to Europe to go and learn these things. You go to Uganda. See how this conflict of eastern, northern Uganda was finished on Museveni, right? It took a bit of some time, and even Kenya. I'm approximating 15 years myself. I'm 15 years. So what you do, you map the area. 5 kilometers, let the army live there. 15 years, my brother, you remove your army. People will have found a different way, a new normal. Because if my cow, for example, if I'm up court and my cow is stolen, it will be returned in a minute. So then there's no need to steal. If my cows are going to graze, I'm not worried they're going to be stolen by Turkana. I'm not going to look for guns, therefore. Because my cows will go and graze, No problem. Come back in the evening. And then now you can now bring your county money and something like that. 15 years, we will change that place completely.
But is there no external force in all of this? And this is the question that has been asked. Because if we talk about the theft of this sacred cow, essentially, and that if it is somebody steals your cow from here and takes it there in the evening, the possibility of you tracing where it went, then is probably very high. So this is the question. Is there not an external force working here? Which is why I asked is, perhaps there are those who are really interested in what is going on there because it is a source of livelihood for somebody else. It's business for somebody else to ensure that this conflict continues in this area because they're benefiting. And like we said, the business of conflict is not cheap. It is a very expensive venture. How are these young people, how are these, whatever they want to label them as, accessing these weapons? How are they doing that? Who's sponsoring them to do it? Because if we say put the army there, right, which I hear you on Mweshimiwa, that security then is paramount in this area. And that if after 15 years this can be sorted out, does that take care of the issue?
You see,
if there is a drought, does it take care of the drought that people will continue to fight over?
Where the security, for example, then what my good friend is saying comes into play, which is counties, in terms of bringing the water pans and something like that. It's easier, right? Because we can now debate and say, look, you know what? If people are living here without water, what is this money going to counties do? That becomes very relevant. What my good brother is saying, that becomes relevant. But when there's no security, why do you talk about money when there's no security? And this idea of are they sponsors, are they benefiting, are they businessmen, maybe buying these cows and so on. Now let me ask this, if it is business, why do you buy an emaciated cow to take where? Have you seen those cows, by the way, in those places? Even you ask yourself, why are people fighting? You will eventually say that later. When you see the cows, they are so thin. It's not great cows like what you see.
I would buy if I know I have somewhere where I can take them for fun.
Oh my God.
Fatten it up and then go sell
it. Oh my God. Let me tell you. That is why we have gone wrong in our debate. Because we look for maybe easier target.
So where do the cows go?
When?
If you say that it's not commercialization,
yes,
that it's just ordinary banditry,
yes,
the person who's stealing this cow,
yes,
is stealing the cow from
they go and rear
the traditional.
But
so
where?
how come they can't be found?
They're not traced.
Of course, they are traced.
Where are they? Where do they go?
Who traces them? There is no security.
100 cows disappears one evening. There's no trace of them.
They
by
go to
morning.
graze.
Where do
They go to graze another place. Let me tell you, it's not a small area like KTN here, where if you steal a cow,
we'll find it outside.
Yeah.
But also, cows don't have wings. By the time cows don't have wings.
No.
If you steal a cow here and it's an emaciated cow, how long would it take for it
to will travel 100 kilometers? Let me tell you, we are talking about how many kilometers square?
Yeah. How long would it take for a cow to travel 100 kilometers?
About more than 200 kilometers square. No. That nobody lives. So if you take a cow for another 10 kilometers, it's finished. That's there. I'm at 20 kilometers. I'm at 50. Nobody goes there.
The people know. The people live with these cows. Those that have lost the cows.
And those people who live with those cows are either Turkana or Pokot or Samburu.
Exactly.
The cows are going there.
Those that lose the cows also know their cows.
Yes, and of course,
and they know the speed at which a cow could travel.
Yes.
So if they try to reach for these cows and they say, we have actually traveled faster than we know a cow would travel.
Yes.
And we didn't find it.
Yes.
How do you answer that?
Let me tell you, if you stole, if for example, a Pokot stole Marakwet or took, let's say, Turkana cow, right? And it has gone. When a Turkana steals, it's like taking back, right? Even if they take from another place, they don't care, so long as they have taken back. Because the message will go that Turkanas have raided Pokot. So Pokot, for another 200 kilometers away, they can also raid Turkana there. 200 kilometers. Saying, we are revenging, we are bringing back our cows, which were taken by Turkana, and the game continues. Let me tell you, my good brother, I will say this and I'll keep on saying, if you want to finish this game, let's take the police there. Let's take the army. Army have, and nowadays now with Safaricom and this network, right? I was even telling them now put a lot of network there. And then when you have the army there, take this Puma or whatever, what do you call those helicopters of army? Position them there, right? So there's a problem, they fly around. And it's going to take 15 years. Let's go to Uganda. Let's go to Uganda. Nobody works with a gun now.
Let's take a break.
And okay.
Let's take a break. It's 26 minutes to 9. Mheshimiwa David Kosing is the MP for Pokot South. We are talking about the insecurity in this region where he comes from. The Pokot, the Turkana, the Samburu, the... who are the others? The Marakwet. There's a whole issue of insecurity and it's labeled cattle rushing. And he's saying we can sort this out with security. We'll talk about the position of leaders in getting the solution here. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. The adults in the room.
He's promiscuous or he's polygamous. We need to get over ourselves.
So I should always know the man that marries me, I know there'll be other women.
Yes.
The relationship you have with yourself is the foundation of the relationships you will have with other people.
Things that we never talk about. 3 things. Stop, breathe, and relax.
Whether it is matters of the heart, finances, or work that's weighing on your mind, worry not.
Tune in to Adults in the Room
every Monday to Friday from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m.
The adults in the room will help you stay winning. Only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's sunny in Nairobi at 20, highs of 28 and lows of 17. 18 and sunny in Nakuru, highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 27 in a sunny Nyeri at 18. Looking at sunny conditions at 16 in Eldoret, highs of 25 and lows of 14, and it's sunny at 26. In Mombasa, we'll see highs of 30. 30 will also be the high in a rainy Malindi at 28, and it's mostly cloudy at 22 in Kisumu, going to highs of 31. We'll see highs of 31 as well in Kakamega, where it's mostly cloudy at 23. Mostly cloudy conditions at 22 in Kampala, highs of 29 and highs of 30 in a mostly sunny Dar es Salaam, currently at 27. It's 15 and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 32 in Lagos, where it's raining at 24. Highs of 32 as well in a partly sunny Kinshasa at 23. So looking at traffic coming off of Jogo Road this morning, heavy coming into the city. Also that we saw on Langata Road, it was busy before, but now going towards Rilo Dingo Way, that seems to be all right. Lunga Lunga is heavy with traffic. It's also still heavy on the Thika Superhighway. Coming in from Kiambu Road, heavy as well. And we're looking at Limuru Road, still taking on some of that traffic. Westlands, quite something through the morning, coming through into traffic hour proper. Let's keep an eye on things and see what it turns out to be later. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Want to keep things moving this morning.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Everything nice.
Spice up your life.
Twenty-three minutes to 9. The conversation continues. Spice FM and KTN home and online. Eric Latif, Nduo Kositi Muga, and David Kosing, the MP for Pokot South. We are talking about insecurity in the region. Pokot, Samburu, Marakwet, Turkana, Baringo, going all the way into Isiolo. What's happening here? And the MP is saying the solution to the insecurity is security. Bring security to the area and we sort out the issue. Now, if I look into this region, and look at the senior security people in the country who've come from this region. Whether you talk about the military, the police, even heads of GSU, heads of police, heads of anti-stock theft unit, heads of other formations within the security sector, they've come from this region. If they're not Pokot, they're Samburu, Marakwet, Turkana, Baringo, Isiolo, Maasai. It comes from this region. And yet, you're saying they have never deployed officers into the region to cover areas sufficiently. They've never built police stations in the region, never set up camps that are sufficient in the region. So I have to ask myself, why would this be the case? What you're saying, I'm sure you're not the only one. You didn't just wake up this morning and realize, I've actually cracked the code. Security is the solution. I mean, this is something that has been said very many times. So why has it never happened, Mheshimiwa?
Lati, I like the way you talk. And if you engage leaders like that and so on, maybe something will happen in the future. I will only plead with you and your team. Have some time to go there. Go there. You can begin.
We'll take you up on that, by the way. You know,
I'm telling you.
We will come.
Go there.
Visit this region.
Really. You know, let me tell you, what this microphone you have here, this mic before me and you is very powerful. Everybody knows you, lad. I'm telling you. Please go there, and then you come and engage these leaders. Maybe you might help. And I'll tell you this. Yes, many people have come from there. Yes, we have had a commission of prisons ourselves in Pokot, and you know, of course, Army, maybe Samburu, and so on and so forth. Those people will not change. It will be changed by the president, right? The policy. And
we have had a president from Baringo for 24 years.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It will be changed by the president. If the president says let's do this way, it will be done. If the president does not say that, it will not be done. I'm telling you. So it will be just subsistence. What do I mean by subsistence? Okay, fine. Are people okay today? Yes, they're okay. So we sent the police yesterday to do some operation, which I call extrajudicial killing. So it has subsided. It has gone down. Yes. So come back. Let's continue as normal. Then tomorrow there's a problem. Send some 2 policemen. Then they fight with people. Even those innocent policemen are killed. Then send some 3 or 4 of them more. Do some operation, maybe a week or 2. Come back. Life continues. Unless there is a proper, I do not know what's going to happen. I don't know. Unless there is a proper policy from the head of state himself and say, look, you know what, guys, right, let's map this area. So where do we want to put these army camps? Here, there are 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers. Then you network them by some road. Let me tell you, 15 years, you remove them. And there will never be any problem in Pokot. I might be wrong.
Are there business people from your community who operate and benefit from this business? Supplying guns or off-taking the livestock that's stolen? Are there people who are benefiting from this?
If they are there, they would have been gotten by government. Because when you talk about businessmen are like you and me. People are properly dressed, they eat well, and so on. So they will not stay there.
Do you think there are? Or you don't think there is?
What is my view?
Any criminal element that is benefiting from this?
I will not rule out any criminal element. But I will not say organized businessmen. I will not say that. But of course, there will be somebody then who will be selling a gun. If you want to call that person businessman, then he can be a businessman. But if you go down now to even assess whether that's a businessman, from where I sit, I would say that's a survivor. A survivor, right? Because you can't look for something that will not help you. So this person who is under stress, the people who live in that area, then the map I've told you, is very big. You go from Isiolo to Uganda. You know Isiolo is the middle of Kenya. I hope you know that. If you look at your map,
the
center of Kenya is Isiolo, right? So take it from Isiolo, go towards the west until Uganda. It's thousands of kilometers in terms of road. When you're maybe crossing by air, it might be some hundreds, right? And that is a no man's land. So how do those people live? It will go back. I'll tell you, my brother. So maybe if somebody is, I'm not defending them, but I'm defending survival, and I will defend survival to the end because I was born there. So if somebody is living in this area, and they can be mauled or killed free, then those people will live and walk all the way to get where survival is, which is a gun. And if somebody learns that then I have a gun and my children can be able to live well, then let it be. So they are being chased by stress to go and look for those guns. That is my way of looking at it. Because yes, there might be some businessmen. When we say businessmen, what happens? Normally the government says, or even the security agency says, oh no, if they are businessmen, we are not going there. So let's look for Kosing, let's look for Lati, let's look. So they look for us. They just surround us here, right?
And take us to DCI.
And extrajudicial. It's extrajudicial. They look for Lati, abduct Lati. 2 days, you are not known where you are. 3 days or 1 month or something like that, finish. And it will continue. Of course, as you said, it was going on since Kenyatta's, the first Kenyatta to today. My brother, let us take things, and I told the minister, come up with something new. And it's not even very new. You will not re-engineer the wheel. Let these people, I will still continue saying, even if for your 1 hour, and I thank you for giving me this 1 hour, and I'm sure the minister is watching. Let the army go and live with the people. Maybe 10, 15 years.
So deploy military
Let them go
set
and
up
live.
military camps, and you're saying the military, not police.
Not police.
The military itself.
The military
Kenya
itself.
Army.
Yes, Kenya Army. And then 5 kilometers or 8 kilometers. Let these people be littered with army.
Why the army? Why not police?
Because, you know, army are more professional. I'm using an example of Uganda. I might be wrong. You know, I have not used, Ugandans are not using police. They're using army. And it is, the place is so peaceful. Now, let me tell you, Lati, and my good friends, they're even doing a tarmac road.
In Karamoja region.
In Karamoja region. They're doing tarmac roads. In fact, there's a tarmac road that will help us as Pokots. They're doing it from Moroto to our border between West Pokot, that is a place called Alale, and ourselves. And we needed now, Kenya needed to do a lamp from Kacheliba so that it can connect that road, right? The Ugandan side is so peaceful now that tarmac roads are now coming and peaceful. And the only thing Museveni did, deployed all these people, say, okay, well, and in fact, established a ministry. You can remember this, Karamoja Affairs. Yeah, you can even know.
Yep.
Even at one time, the story heard that Museveni gave his wife to be the minister of Karamoja Affairs. His wife. They can even discuss these things in let me not say where. But they can get a solution. Now let's even use home. And even let's end up at sitting room. They can discuss these things at sitting room and say, you know what, do this. Then the president does it. Can you imagine that Museveni, because he wanted his people to live fairly and peacefully, he deployed his wife to go and become minister of Karamoja Affairs.
Mheshimiwa, President William Ruto, when we spoke to him during the presidential debate, he gave the example of what the Ruto administration had done in the first years since 2013. And he said they had deployed the police reservists, that is, arming the community and organizing the community so that they're able to take care of security in the region. And then he says, then of course that was disrupted. And his pledge was, if you go back into this strategy, using the community, have the police reservists, have the community involved in their own development, then they participate. Do you think this would be a solution?
I will say, of course, we have used it before. That is, to me, if you ask me, as Mheshimiwa was saying, it is like ICU. I don't know whether to call ICU or what. It's like Panadol. You know, when somebody's sick and you give him that person Panadol, you're not actually healing that person.
Pain relief.
It's just pain relief and finish. And then the danger for that is you're arming people. More use that strategy. And for me, I would say you're arming people against themselves. When you give KPR, you're arming actually people. You know that in the name of KPR.
Yeah.
They are not actually Kenya police reservists. They are Pokots. They are Turkanas. They are Marakwet.
They used to be called home guards.
Used to be called a long time when we were fighting for independence. Yeah. Maybe that might be a different, maybe a better, maybe I don't know. But the problem with me, the way I look at it is this, and that will be saying government is at the meeting, they don't have sufficient army
personnel to deploy.
Yeah, they are at the meeting, really, because the question is, if you are giving Pokots guns in the name of KPR, you are giving them guns to kill who? Because guns are supposed to be used for killing. To kill who? To kill Turkana. So when Turkana makes an appointment with you, you give them also guns. To can kill who? To can kill Pokots. So you are arming people to kill themselves. You have failed, in my view. Take it another way, which of course you people may not understand. We will understand ourselves who live there. When you arm KPR, and this KPR does not find something to do, you know what's going to happen? He's going to turn the gun against his own people. Right? So the KPR guy becomes like
a criminal.
The police becomes a criminal. Through what? Becomes like the police of the village. He resolves issues. So some brokers can go and say, you know what? Lati owes me. Go and arrest him. So they come and arrest you. That's what's happening. The KPR are used to intimidate the community. Please, let's take the army. Take the army. I'm saying 15 years, let's begin maybe. Take the army there all the way. And I'm telling you, it will be the best place to go and live. Take the army. We will talk forever. You will even invite me even 100 leaders here. If what I'm saying is not done, in my view, it will just be a talk show for political reasons or now I'm not going anywhere. I'm in Spice, so I'm around, and it will be just normal business. Unless we say...
The military has been deployed here in some operations. Yep.
Yes.
Operations including, in fact, they call it multi-agency operation. Especially after that time in Baragoi when many police officers were killed. Police, army, GSU, anti-stock theft, all those officers were deployed in this region for some time. And the situation sort of normalized. And after they pulled back, it erupted again.
Exactly.
Compare this
Exactly.
with Mount Elgon. The Sabah Land Defense Force, military is deployed, operation, they clean up the area, they move back, SLDF has not been heard of again. And that's why I ask Mheshimiwa, who is this who is so well-oiled, so well-connected within the community that they are able to organize, arm, and even wait out a police operation, so that then they can quickly redeploy after police re-emerge. Who's this?
Good question. Latia, the answer is go there. Go there. You'll ask me that question for 1 year. We'll not get an answer. Because when I look at you, and I'm not blaming you, many people will ask me like that. I've been in many televisions. We're just desktop researchers and listeners. You're just in Nairobi. So let's ask who is funding this and so on and so on. So it's good business. Or maybe it's a good talk show. Latia, we're wasting our time. I'm telling you, we're wasting our time. And we are even redirecting the debate. Because televisions like you people here, you actually set the pace of the debate. What you are doing now, you are changing all the story of the debate into business. Let me tell you that. The idea, yes, when you take the army there, they suppress. Let the army then live there. I'm telling you, for 15 years, then remove your army.
These people will wait out. It sounds like they can wait out 15 years.
Yeah,
and re-emerge.
Let's then try it. Because there was an alternative. We are not winning this one. Take the army there. Let the army then live with the people, right? 10 kilometers and so on and so forth. And for 15 years. Okay, 15 years, what happens? Maybe even if there are some networks of getting guns, maybe there might not be those networks, right? Or something like that. Then you wipe out the chain, right? Maybe 15 years, it will not be there. And maybe most of these people will have to go to school. Because they cannot go to school now. I cannot give birth to my children, right? In that bush and allow everybody to go to school. Who will take care of me? These are Miami. My children are Miami, my friend. I am getting old. I cannot be able to take care of myself and my family. I have maybe, that's why there's a lot of polygamy is there. Because the more the children you have, the more the army you have. You protect yourself. So when you have the 15 years of army there, then the children will not find work to take care of their animals of their father and they take care of their parents. They go to school. More 15 years, you will not have anybody who is a local army. You would have changed. And this Mount Elgon, don't compare it. Mount Elgon is SLDF is like a location or two. How many kilometers? Maybe around 50 kilometers square. We are talking about 300, 400, 500 kilometers square. We're talking about 1,000 kilometers square when you talk about Baragoi and that area. You can't get finished quickly. This one of Mount Elgon, maybe 2 locations or something like that. So how can 2 locations become a problem? For who? You can ransack it within a day. That's like now, KTN, it's small. So, my brother, I like your debate, but I will still maintain. Please have a different way of debating. Ask the government, or even the people will call after me, ask the government why they can't make the police, the army, live in these areas.
Why wouldn't they? Because,
I'm wondering.
Why you're alluding to that there's lack of political will, or there's lack of interest to actually send any kind of, number one, peacekeeping force into this area. Why would the government then through the army not want to do that?
That's a very good question, madam. Please let us bring Professor Kindiki here or go there and please take him to task. Look, my brother and my sister. We took our army to Somalia. Are they still there? Yes. How many years? Many years. Take the army to live there. We will live well in 15 years only.
You know,
there's no will.
Mheshimiwa,
There's no goodwill.
What I hear you to be saying, because I've been listening very keenly to what you're saying, none of us here can have an opinion on the matters of West Pokot and speak with any authority because we don't live there, we don't know. Everything we know we've read or we've been told. So you are what we would refer to as an expert because that's where you are born, you represent people in that area. But what I hear you to be saying is that this is what we call marginalization, that there are parts of this country that have been marginalized for the longest time.
Absolutely.
The area you come from, northeastern province, until only very recently had never seen a tarmac road.
Absolutely.
Until very recently, there are many things that had not happened there.
Absolutely.
And as a result of the marginalization, the people were socialized to think and do things in a certain way.
Correct.
And you're also saying, if I hear you correctly, that even with the county system, with the CDA and everything else, in the absence of there being security, these will amount to nothing.
Nothing.
And so security, and which is a docket and a preserve of the government, must be given first priority if anything meaningful is to change. And your suggestion, if I hear you correctly, is that let the army be deployed to... let there be barracks in that area. Instead of the army being in Kahawa and Langata, let them have a barracks in West Pokot. That's what I hear you to be saying.
Yes.
It begs the question then, why is it then that it is difficult to deploy the army? And yet we've seen the army deployed, as Eric mentioned. So it is not an impossibility.
It's not.
As members of parliament, you said there are 6 Pokot MPs in parliament.
Yes.
And of course, there are many other MPs now from the region.
Yes.
Have you had a conversation of coming together and maybe putting together a petition that you present directly to President William Ruto and tell him, look, Mr. President, this is what we'd like you to do as a solution?
We have mentioned this, my good brother Lati. And I think I want to say he got me right.
He checked everything that you've been saying.
He got me right. The only thing I will only require him or ask him to do is to go there. If this gentleman goes there, he will take these security guys to task. This gentleman. Those are the right questions.
You now as MP, what are you doing?
We've said many times.
Have you put it formally as a petition to the president?
Formally, when the president himself knows, when he says go to crack these Pokots for 1 or 2 days and then come back, he knows.
But no, he doesn't.
There's
know
no
that,
goodwill.
He doesn't know that your solution, your proposed solution, is put up military bases in this
region.
region.
What I am telling you, I've said. I've told them. What I'm telling you, I even told the minister, even the current minister, and you heard me. I'm on record having said that. The problem which I have seen is what I'm trying to say, and I will say it again and again. There is misunderstanding of the conflict there, or it's being funded by some politicians, or some even politicians are using CDF to buy ammunition and so on, or there is some businessmen, or they have changed the narrative completely. They have just made it so just a debate for television and writing in newspapers and so on. Oh, in fact, there's a new word now.
Commercialization.
Commercialization of cat rustlers, politicization of cat rustlers. They and then live there. When there's a problem, send the police or army for 2 days. 3 days, and they come back. Then we just say, okay, well, Kosin come and have tea. We have tea with the minister and everybody, we're okay, everything is okay. There's a problem.
How can you apply more pressure? Because you have the mandate of the people and you occupy a constitutional office. How can you and your colleagues apply more pressure to save your people?
That is a very good question. Maybe we will think of it. Maybe I will also think of it, right? And one of the way of applying pressure is also coming to speak the way I'm speaking. They are listening to me. The Pokos are also listening to me. The Turkanas are listening to me. The Barawi are listening to me and agreeing with me that there's no government here. That is why my brother Lati, until recently, maybe before devolution, people are saying we are going to Kenya when they're coming to Nairobi. It's true. They say we are going to Kenya. Why do people in West Pokot and Turkana and in Isiolo and Samburu
and
Marsabit and even Garissa, as near as Garissa here, say we are going to government? It's just because of marginalization. Just because these people are left to live with God and God alone. Government is cow barracks here. And government in our people, government is security.
Yeah.
It's not about schools. People, in fact, for us, even me, I grew up, I went to school in a missionary school. where missionaries were building schools.
Not a government.
No government. It's building school. Now, the devolution has now come to take over the missionaries. Now, the new missionaries now is devolution. So if government then were to go ahead in terms of now security, I'm telling my brother, 15 years later, Kenya will be the most beautiful country, in my view, in my own mind. And it has been tried. We are not talking about things.
Neighboring Uganda.
The poorest country.
Area that regions that neighbors you.
And our people, we have actually a constituency in Uganda. We have 2 MPs.
Yep.
In Kampala.
Mheshimiwa, thank you very much. Thank you for speaking candidly. Thank you for speaking to the people and to the leadership and telling them this is what we feel would be the solution. Mheshimiwa David Kosing is the MP for David Kosing is the MP for Pokot South. We will have him again and again and again until we bring some sanity to this region. Asante sana. Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. Good morning. It's 9 a.m. Happy Friday.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Get ready for more money to be deducted for NSSF retirement payments if Parliament passes the bill to increase the contribution of that payment by 6%. In the bill, it is recommended that the highest payer shall be deducted 15,000 shillings, while those earning a salary of 50,000 shillings shall pay 5,000 shillings to NSSF. Kenyans will have to dig more in the pocket to support the President William Ruto's manifesto on retirement benefits. Now, the team of detectives from Pakistan who will investigate the death of renowned journalist Ashad Sharif will arrive in the country today. The journalist was laid to rest yesterday with tens of thousands of mourners attending his funeral. The funeral took place at Islamabad's main mosque. Ashad was killed Sunday in Kenya by GSU officers in a case of mistaken identity. We continue to follow up on this developing story and be sure that we'll be bringing you the very latest. Now, 9 Special Service Unit police officers have been detained at Industrial Area Police Station until Monday, when they'll be produced in court again. Kahawa Law Court's Chief Magistrate ordered that she'll determine Monday whether the 5 will be detained for a further 30 days requested by the state to allow for investigations. The 5 who were arrested add to the 4 others who are being arraigned in relation to the disappearance of 2 Indian nationals and their driver. These is Haki Africa's Khalid Hussain called on the government to create a commission to investigate murder cases of people disappearing in mysterious ways. Haki Africa was accompanied by security expert Madam Bijiwa's mother and Milene Halifum, the wife of an Ethiopian businessman Samson Tekle Michael, who was abducted. The families want justice to be delivered and their loved ones be found. Now, 5 more cases of cholera have been reported in Murang'a County. The county health department is now calling for good hygiene to curb the spread of the disease. This after the Ministry of Health last week issued an alert over the cholera outbreak after confirming 61 cases spread in 6 out of the 47 counties. The acting Director General Patrick Amoth said out of the 61 cases of cholera reported, 13 people were hospitalized, 8 were treated and discharged, and 40 were outpatient cases to manage the disease. Ahmad said all county and sub-county health management teams have been directed to watch out for patients with watery diarrhea symptoms. Cholera is an acute entrenchic infection caused by ingestion of Bacterium Vibrio cholera. Now, digital taxi drivers have staged demonstrations after the government failed to implement a commission cap of 18% on fares. Digital taxi drivers accused the National Transport and Safety Authority (NTSA) for slowing implementation of digital taxi hailing regulation that was gazetted in June 2022. They say the demo will continue until their grievances are heard by President William Ruto as well as NTSA boss George Jao. And the High Court has issued orders freezing assets worth 1.2 billion shillings belonging to one Nicholas Owino Ochieno, a senior assistant director at the Ministry of Lands, pending the determination of a suit filed by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. EACC believes that Ochieno dubiously acquired the 1.2 billion shillings assets valued in his capacity as a Ministry of Lands official on diverse dates between January 2003 and November 2018. Ochieng was first employed at the ministry as a valuer in 1996 before rising through the ranks to become a principal valuer and later the senior assistant director in charge of valuation, a position he has held since 2016. Now, Tanzanian authorities have begun rationing water in the commercial capital Dar es Salaam following a drought-induced drop in water levels from its main source, the Ruvu River. The 5.5 million inhabitants of the Indian Ocean city will go without piped water for 24 hours on alternating days. This is according to the Dar es Salaam Water and Sanitation Authority. DAWASA Tanzania, much like its East African neighbors, is experiencing little rainfall, with meteorologists warning that the prolonged dry spell will continue. This is News. I'm Dennis Alceto. Good morning.
All right, so still looking at traffic situations through this Friday. Still a little bit here and there on the Thika Superhighway. It's dwindling, and also on Kiambu Road coming into the city. Coming out of Westlands, quite a lot of traffic on James Gishuru going towards Wayaki Way. And Ring Road Westlands is really busy. It's going to come all the way and connect at Oloitoktok coming in from Kikambala, and it's busy off Gitanga Road, so that traffic still continues. Coming in from Outer Ring, that was pretty sticky earlier, but it's looking better now. About we round off in about half hour, see how it has changed. Let's talk this morning on SpiceFM, KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
It's 6 minutes
This
after
is
9.
The Situation Room,
Welcome to the final
only
hour
way.
of Kenya's biggest conversation this week. This is The Situation Room, Friday the 28th of October 2022. Let me tell you about The Room. The Room is on fire. It is the place where you get all the properly vetted talent, trained freelance software engineers, cloud developers, financial analysts, administrative talent, vetted for you, custom to you, working for you. Organizations such as Google, which yesterday celebrated 15 years in the country, and the boss of Google in the region was saying, you know what, we are actually setting up, and we know this, we've talked about this many times before, Google is going to invest $1 billion in Kenya in the next 5 years. It's a lot of money. And they're setting up a hub for a tech hub in this region. And so they're mopping up all tech talent. They have basically just gone into, that is one. Microsoft as well are doing the same thing. People are complaining that, you know what, we had somebody in tech in our organization.
Gone.
They came and gave us not just notice, they said, we are not going to serve notice, we will pay. 3 months notice. I'm paying. I am leaving today. Gone. And where are they going? To these companies, these big companies from Silicon Valley. So there's a great shortage of proper tech talent in the country. And there's a lot of demand for proper tech talent globally. And Kenya is the next frontier. So alxafrica.com, go there, get trained, take some good course, and then you get into the room. And once you are in the room, then people like Google, Standard Chartered, Microsoft, Vodafone, EY, Meta, MTN, Upstream, Amazon, McKinsey and Company are all getting into the room. Apple, they're all getting into the room and looking for the best tech talent, vetted. If you're not in the room,
where are you?
You're not in the room. Why are you not in the room?
Just say. Hiya, City.
Yes.
The proverb.
Right. This is our final proverb from the country of Ethiopia. The hyena is gone. That's when the dog barks.
The hyena is gone. That's when the dog barks. Loudly.
Yep.
Menacingly.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't bark only, it growls.
Wako wapi? Mwambia rudi, mwambia rudi.
Haina najua mimi ni nani.
That's when.
That's when it's no longer there.
Oi. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right, today is Friday and we always have health conversations on Friday, the Health Friday conversation. Our guest this morning is Dr. Davji Atela. He is the National General Secretary of the Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union, KMPDU. He's here with us. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Latif.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. And you?
Good to see you, Dr. Ari.
Thank you.
It's good to see. Now, we have new governments all over the country. From the 47 counties, we've seen the people who've been given the docket of health. You've seen at the national level, the person who's been given the docket of health. First of all, right off the bat, your comments on the various nominees, appointees now?
I think the first thing I will take is to congratulate her for being nominated and vetted and confirmed and actually sworn in yesterday as the CS for Health. And she's coming at a time that there's a lot of expectation from healthcare workers. There's a lot of expectation from the public to have working healthcare. And there's a lot that the previous CS has done, given that he worked at a time when there was COVID-19 pandemic. And therefore, lots of this functionality in public healthcare was exposed at the time. So we have a time that we foresee a new government, a new manifesto, and therefore she has to just start the work running and involve stakeholders and actually make healthcare accessible to Kenyans.
Nairobi County has somebody who's also an experienced person in especially matters of advocating for health and health issues, Dr. Anastasia.
Yes, I think that I also want to really congratulate her for that position and for the appointment. One thing that we have seen over time is that when you've been advocating for healthcare for a particular time, you've been in need to have a promotion, preventive, and investment in healthcare. So it is good that the governor of Nairobi, Sakaja, has appointed her to be in that position to actually now implement those things that she has been advocating for. And a lot of times there's always success because then he knows these things, and when he advises the governor, it's based on the technical know that he has experienced over time. So I believe with collaborations, we are going to see another what we saw during Dr. Oluga in NMS, where we had a lot of facilities that were constructed in the country, and even a lot of healthcare workers were employed at the time. So for that to progress now with this new regime, I believe there will be much change, given that we have somebody who has been advocating for the same better healthcare. Yes.
And then our conversation today is about the issue of looking at pandemics and looking at research that's done in the country, research that ought to be done to tackle future pandemics. Last week, we visited the Kilifi, where the Kemri Wellcome Trust research facility there. And we talked to the various researchers. We went through to the labs and the various programs that they're running. And my goodness, I mean, we were just awed. City wasn't. He knew about it. But the two of us were like, wow. What? This happens in the country.
I mean, so it's a shock. It was a shocker, obviously. So then the question is, if that's the lay of the land, what kind of a situation are we really in? You know, from a healthcare perspective, how do you see it, and how should it be?
If you talk about the research, and there's one saying that says there are better data, better decisions and better outcome. And many times when decisions are made without research, then that's when we tend to just be up probabilities. And that's why if you look at the aspect of the COVID pandemic that came in, we saw a different evolution, even in the field of research, where within a year or so, we had vaccines and we had different studies that were coming out based on COVID-19. And one thing that we must attribute to the WHO and to the Global Research Network is that they were identified, they had already data of pathogens that who could easily cause pandemic in the country or in the world. So at the point that there was COVID-19, they only now had an extra to have action into getting vaccine and getting into action. I think that's what now needs also to be looked down into the countries and down even into the county governments, where research is given the priority into mitigation on healthcare matters. We only have currently in the country KEMRI for human research and cultural for the livestock. But as it is the information that they get and the research outcomes that they have is not laid down into the facilities for implementation. And again, their level of operations have only been put to national government or centrally. But for research to be more effective, there's need to have community involvement, because then they understand why these things are happening and why they have to continue having them. And that's the only way to curb lots of spread and outbreak that we are seeing. Because it is not a very good thing in this country that 70 years after independence, we still see malaria outbreaks that occur over a period and actually people die from it. We still see cholera outbreaks that claim lives in the country. These, if a robust research and planning is put into place, they can actually be combated. And therefore there is need to not only have KEMRI or CARO, they need to empower the counties and even up to the facility levels that there's continuous research. We have universities in this country who have a lot of time, very many specialists and researchers. But because lack of funding, none of these countries have active ongoing researchers, to the point that many of the donors that are collaborating goes to, currently they're only doing strongly with Aga Khan. So there's really need that the government policies that are being made into place prioritize and put research as a big aspect.
I can understand the lack of funding aspect, but is the broader picture then in terms of priority listing, that then research into some of these things is not really given a priority, and so that's going to trickle down into the funding, that we don't really grasp, from that level, the importance of having this done. You see what I mean? Yes. Isn't that the bigger umbrella issue, that because it is not ranked as a priority, then of course the funding issue will come later, because I don't see it as important. The likelihood of me attaching then a budget for it at that level then is much lower.
If I say that, if you look at it clearly how the research has been and what actually ought to be done, for us to have a robust research in the country, there's need to have that also there's trust. And when you talk about global research and global trust, you must have the researchers understanding what they're doing, and they must bring it down to be understood by the political leaders and the policymakers. And then that becomes a conversation that is able to be implemented. If we keep on, for example, in this country now, we've been talking about the dysfunction of public health care. And we do not have data that shows that which facilities, like for now out of pandemic, for example, in level 5s in the country, that do they work? Are the deaths that occur in these hospitals normal deaths? Are they normal? What is the cause? What is causing them? When we have referrals, what is making them to be referrals? When we have people going to having chronic conditions that have not been managed as appropriately, what is making it not to work? But when we have data that is digitalized, that can be shared out, and that can make decisions both in the parliament and in all environment, then we are going to have a different change of mindset in our mitigation.
You're making it sound like we don't have a way of collecting the data, or a way of passing up the data, and a way of interrogating this data. I thought we have a health information management system that goes all the way down to a health facility that then brings the information up to a national level.
We do have DHIS on almost every sub-counties and every counties, but the aspect of being used in the decision making to determine the path or the direction that the country is taking from the grassroots, from the counties up, is not there.
So you have the data, but now the data is useless if We are not able to use it.
We are not. I think the collection aspect of it, because then it's very important that this data that is collected, the decision on it and the discussion starts from the community. So that means if we're collecting data for any issues, we need to have these people informed of the data that are being collected, then the use of that particular data. So as for the DHIS data, it's there, yes, on prospect research systems, but now on its use to really determine the outcomes and to determine the plans of the country has not been there. And that's why we see a rather divergent action between the KEMRI, between Cairo, and even between the counties on their response to issues.
Actually, the question that I'd like to ask, I believe you studied in this country, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You went to medical school in this country. Yes. Now tell me, when you were in the university, how much research, how much emphasis do our institutions of higher learning put actually on research? That's question number one. How much of our GDP does the government allocate to research? I'm asking this question for a very simple reason. It's rhetorical. If you look at the so-called developed world, there's a very direct correlation with the amount of money or the percentage of the GDP that country allocates to research and their development. Whether it's US, China, Germany, Japan, just look at it. Now, if ours is at 0.8?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that is what may be allocated, but is it easy to access? And does it go to the level where it should be? Because if someone doesn't understand the value of research, and that, as you correctly put it, the decisions that are made are not supported by research findings, then how exactly or what position would we argue or say that we have given research in our lives, and yet it's critical?
Yeah, I think that's actually really very important. And when we look down into one of the complaints that we got from the universities, public universities, we have what we call the Consultants Forum, where we have a sitting with different medical consultants from different countries, from different facilities. Now we have one from Moi University and the likes. They'll tell you that they have a lot of there are a lot of research that they would love to do and feel that they will have to cover. But then there's no other support, because these researchers need fundings and they need quick response from the institutions, from Nairobi University and from even more university. The lack of that support and lack of that framework, they've all now depending on Aga Khan to give them sub-grant for them to do their researches. So that means that the institutions that will actually be doing continuous researches are not empowered to do them. The other aspect is when we put research as the point of making the decision, then it's very easier to mitigate any of those particular outbreaks or any conditions that are being followed. But that's what is lacking in our system.
There's something that happened in this country a while back. When it came to HIV care and treatment. Like with all things new, there's a process that people follow, and with the time it is hoped it will be improved upon. And the only improvement that can actually be made and which is lasting, again, is if that improvement is supported by research findings. Okay? There was a time when you needed to have a certain level of what you call viral load for you to be put on ARVs.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
What they'd give you, broad-based antibiotic, multivitamins, and wait and to see how you stabilize. Then they realized this wasn't quite working because simply the way the disease was spreading and everything about it. So there was a research that was conducted. It was called the Sustainable East African Research on Community Health. It was supposed to be Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, but it only happened in Kenya and Uganda, Western Uganda, Kenya. Now, that particular study is what proved the concept for testing and treating, meaning what we now take for granted. You test someone, they're positive, you put them on treatment.
Start on treatment.
Immediately. There's no ifs and buts. But it was a process. Now, it was done here, in this country and in Uganda. So wherever you say it is actually being actioned, you can proudly say, actually, we participated in that process. When Kilifi, we talked to scientists who are involved in the testing of some of these vaccines. They were part and parcel of that group, and they're still working on it. Now, but those fundings are not from the country. And yet the people who are conducting that research, which means they have the capacity, are locals.
Yes.
So, when you, as an organization that has a very, very key role in ensuring that the healthcare service provision in this country should be on an upward trajectory of improvement, what pressure do you put on the government to ensure that this all-important aspect of our life, that is research, is actually given the priority it deserves?
And that's why I'm pretty happy that as a union now, we are looking into a prospect that we do not just come with decisions. Like the government just need just to make radical decisions, but they need to have data and facts based on the actions they're making. And for this to happen, then there's to be a stronger empowerment into the research and to involve the scientists. One thing that we are seeing, which we had already proposed to the political leaders during the campaign period, that we need to have regulations on the research, because the donors from different parts of the world will have a function like AMPATH or any of these running organizations. They will mine the data and have the information regarding a particular, maybe a disease pattern, disease trends, and then the government actually will buy that data from them because they have not invested in that particular process. So there's actual need to really invest and put a set percentage of the budgeting into the part of research. And not only that, also there's also need to have this information exchange that the experts that we say are from the different developed world, or rather I would say call it global south, collaborate and share the information with the local ones from the initial aspect of the research, so that the information on healthcare that is produced also help the locals in the mitigation of disease. Yes.
How much more advocacy needs to happen to make sure that even members of parliament, as they scrutinize budget proposals, as they pass budgets, they understand the importance of research and allocation towards research?
If you look back into 2020 when COVID-19 came up and there was clinical trials that was to be done, there were doctors from France who said that the first doses need to be given to developing countries. And this elicited a lot of reaction from lots of the populace in the world regarding the same. But the intention, in fact, those doctors had to apologize, but the intention was just to involve these countries in the developing world, rather the southern countries, so that they can be part of the process. Because you cannot be an expert or a scientist to be in the process of clinical trials when you are a cohort or your people are not part of the samples. And the whole thing became a little bit political based on, I think, the previous injustices. But that was happening because of the misinformation. Ideally, we need to have all the persons, the population, the public, the communities, and the political leaders understand that what will the outcome of this research help us in. If today, the way we had seen in the pandemic, COVID-19, that is out of the research that had been in existence prior to the pandemic, that made it possible to get vaccines within a shortest period of time. Because they had it's called Edstart for the process. It's the same thing if we have been having these continuous outbreaks of malaria in the country. The research that has, I think there's been now trials of the vaccines to make it for the malaria. That will ensure that the outbreak that we continue seeing in the parts of Nyanza and Western actually stopped. So that makes every person understand, and it makes the health committee and the politicians to actually see the need to allocate funds for it.
I don't think they'll see the need for as long as all this research that we're talking about, the advances that have been made, are currently donor funded. So there's always that assumption that, we are doing all these trials in the country. We've got all these research institutions. We're in collaboration. There's a complete disconnect between research and funding. Because there's understanding and there's taking pride of what we have done. But in terms of that we needed to, just the same thing, we talk about HIV. HIV for the longest time has been donor funded. Until the point when that started reducing and the threat of it coming to an end, and some programs now starting getting affected, like the blood transfusion services programs and such, that's when it starts becoming an issue to even the leadership and the legislators. But how can we get ahead of that?
They say that for research to be effective, there has to be trust.
Mm-hmm.
And for this trust to be earned, then it has to the research in itself has to be community, localized into the community. The community must understand why the research is being done. They must understand that these researches that are being done are ethical, and they will actually mitigate on public issues or public healthcare matters that affect them.
Yeah.
So in that prospect, if the community gets empowered to understand this research and the value of it, then now I believe the political leaders, to my understanding, will now be forced to actually see the value of it and see the need to start allocating and discussing it. So more conversation on it, more conversation on research, more conversation on the outcomes and the mitigation that it puts forth need to really continue. I need to be there.
Let's take a break. We'll continue the conversation. Dr. Davji Atela is the National Secretary General. Is it General Secretary, Secretary General? You guys keep switching these things every time. The National Secretary General of Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union. We are talking about the place of research in the country in tackling future pandemics. At 29 minutes after 9, this weekend we'll be running, but even today, you can be running wherever you are. If you registered for the virtual marathon, remember you can participate in the virtual marathon any day of your choice. The portal was opened on Monday. It'll close on Saturday. Run, put up your timings on the portal and get onto the leaderboard and see also how you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But on Sunday, if you registered for the physical one, do what?
We're running.
Where?
We're starting at Uhuru Gardens and we're running on the Southern Bypass until we're done.
Yeah.
42, 21, 10 and family fun at 5.
Please plan to get to Uhuru Gardens early, okay? It's not you drive there and then you find the roads have been closed and it's just think ahead. Think ahead.
Plan ahead.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This Saturday from 10 a.m., I, Olivia Otieno, will host the Queen of Afrobeats. Tiwa Savage live on 00 Direct this Saturday from 10 a.m. Only on 94.4 SpiceFM.
SpiceFM, Nairobi.
Twenty degrees in Nairobi, highs of 28 and lows of 17. It's sunny at 19 in Nakuru, highs of 26 and lows of 14. Light rain in Nyeri at 20, highs of 27 and lows of 15. And we'll see highs of 26 in Eldoret, where it's mostly cloudy at 20. 27 and light rain in Mombasa, highs of 30. And we'll see highs of 30 as well in Malindi at 29 currently. It's 26 and partly sunny in Kisumu. We'll see highs of 31. And we'll see highs of 30 in a sunny Kakamega at 26. Kampala is sunny at 22, highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 30 in a sunny Dar es Salaam at 28. Looking into Johannesburg, it's sunny at 19. It'll go to highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 32 in a sunny Lagos at 24. 24 and sunny as well in Kinshasa. It'll go to highs of 31. 15 will be the high in a sunny Beijing going into Friday evening, and we'll see highs of 23 as Paris wakes up to clear conditions at 15. It's 18 and cloudy in London, highs of just that, and lows of 12, and still Thursday night in New York. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 14 and lows of 6. All right, traffic dwindling on most of these Nairobi streets this morning. Looking much better coming off the Thika Superhighway. Jogo Road as well, not too bad. Just after that train station problem as usual, but it should be okay. Lunga is heavy in some parts, but then we're looking at Landis Road having packed up in that short half hour and getting out towards Kamkunji. But it's moving, so this is good. Off the Thika Superhighway, it's also moving just past Tutali, and then coming off of Kiambu Road, we're seeing some traffic there, and Limuru Road as well. Hopefully, we should see an end to that in a short while. Talk to us through the morning on SpiceFM. MKE on Twitter.
"26 minutes to the weekend." CT, ask your question to Daktari.
As a union,
Yes.
what role do you see yourselves playing in advancing this discussion about research and its importance, not just in the medical field, but in all spheres of our lives? Because unions are activists. They push agendas that other people are not willing to push. And your particular union is a union of healthcare providers. So, if we do not prioritize research within our institutions, within the government, and go beyond just Kenya Medical Research Institute, and still rely on donor funding, and yet that donor funding we speak of, a lot of it has to do with money that their government has put aside for research, their governments. Where do you people fit in? And how do you change the situation so that our government is more responsive to this and that we own this process so that it becomes ours and this over-dependence on donor money is reduced over time?
Yeah, I think that's why we have begun this conversation, because we want an ultimate deliberate investment of both the national government and the county government and even the parastatals into a real research over the things that are taking place in the hospitals. And over time, we have seen many breakthroughs, procedures being put in place in different facilities in the country, where first aid surgery, first surgery on this part, in most of these level 5s, level 6 are doing that. But we have not seen any clear new discoveries that these hospitals, national teaching referral hospitals are putting up, or the universities are working on to put up. And this is clearly because of lack of support or government policies that are encouraging these researches to take place. Because members of the medical colleges, members of the doctors are working in all these facilities, are members of the union. We find that there's need to really have mixed skills in these facilities, mixed skills in these institutions, so that we do not normalize things that can actually be prevented. We have looked into the benefits that research has put up in different spheres of medicine, even into the mitigations of outbreaks that will be there. So then, if we have a data whereby the labs that are being requested in parts of the country are not just limited to that, but they're limited further into investigations on what patterns, what disease patterns, trend can be prevented, and this will essentially improve the medical service delivery in the country. That's why we have taken this approach to really empower and make this collaboration be part and parcel of the community and of the political class.
Can you give us even as we're having that, I mean, it would seem obvious if one was asking the question, but make the link between proper developed research and disease prevention or management. Can you show, because we could be here and it seems as okay, we're insisting on research, and then we've not been able to make the link between how well researched some of these medical interventions can be and what can actually be done as a result of it. Because folks might be saying, okay, so we're looking under a microscope and then somebody has malaria, so what? What's the link?
when you do research and when you have data of a disease, it makes you to know that in this particular scenario, we have this particular strain of a virus that can make you predict the particular the drugs or the vaccines that need to be developed. Let me give you an example of what happened in Congo, where there was the Ebola virus. Once there was an outbreak the first time, there's one doctor at the team that took into research, and within a period, there was now a vaccine that could actually mitigate on the Ebola, the Congo type of Ebola virus that prevents actually the another outbreak. We now have another strain of Sudan type of virus in Uganda, which do not have the vaccine. So based on the previous activities or the research work, it's easier to predict or to predict that there will be another strain that will be coming. And based on research, you can actually make vaccines immediately it comes in, so that the fatalities that will occur are prevented. This also is what happened in the COVID-19. There was data of particular pathogens, corona type group of viruses that were already marked. So when we had the outbreak, it was not starting from a stand zero. It was starting from, there's a part that the researchers were starting from. And that made them to have the vaccine within a period of 1 year. Normally, it will take 15 years to 20 years to have a vaccine that has gone through all the clinical, preclinical and clinical trials to be in the use in the market. But this took a very short time based on the existing research that had been there. And that's why we are saying, for this to help not only in the countries that are in the global north, then we have in our African countries also take research seriously, so that we can see surveillance, we can continue with surveillances and identify any pathogens or any that is noticed earlier, because that communication or sharing of the knowledge will help in earlier action. Yes.
There's a question that has been on my mind for some time. The vaccines that we're using for COVID were on a trial basis. Okay. The efficacy studies that are required for a much larger population, again, remember the issue mentioned at the beginning where scientists in, say, France said we should conduct some of the clinical trials here. Now, most people think that when you conduct clinical trials, essentially you're using Africans as guinea pigs. And that's the issue. Okay. Of the vaccines that were approved for use on a trial basis, how many of them have since been approved? How many of them you can now say, okay, this one, it went beyond that stage, now it's been approved? There are those that the FDA has approved. And if the vaccine is still at that stage where we say it is trial, should people still continue using it?
There's one thing in the medical field that is always looked at when you are doing the research, that they look at the risk versus the benefits that is there. For example, if there is a disease outbreak and we have drugs or vaccines that are on trial, but there is a probability that using these particular the drug will prevent this disease or have more benefits than the risk that comes out of the toxicity, then that always is being used. That means the benefit that it has outweighs the risk of it. But when you come to this part of the vaccines that were rolled out, one important thing is that there's need to have that understanding of the reason. Why was this? Why was there a hurry to have the vaccines being released before the full clinical trial? It was because of the efficacy that had already been demonstrated with the few that had already been in market. There was a clear cut that there was an 100% prevention of death. The benefit that if you get the vaccines, you're not going to die out of this virus, but you can still get the disease. So that mortality benefit that accrued from it made many of the countries actually approve its usage. We have had more than, I think, 8 different companies that got vaccines that were on trial that then became now approved to work. So that alone was a very positive aspect on the research that was ongoing on the vaccine. And this happened because of the network, the research network of both countries. That's why even when you got a new strain in South Africa, it was quickly shared, and different countries were trying to get, does these vaccines work on this particular strain? Because that sharing of knowledge then helps to get an action on the virus. Yes.
Okay. How should it look? How should it be? If we were to paint a picture of what the research and development arm of, looking at health in the country, what should it look like? And are we currently saying that because political goodwill, I think, plays a huge role here. People have gone and we've made the Abuja declarations and et cetera, but then we've come back and still not been able to implement them. Now, whether we've still not been able to or have not been willing to are two totally different things. Is the health sector jostling for a piece of the budget cake and has not been able to get it? Or has it just not been top of mind for policymakers to say, this is how it ought to be? How should it look? With the resources that are currently available in country, is it possible to have a robust research and development arm in the health sector to get some of these things that we are looking for rolled out?
When you look at the health budget that most, I would say, developing country or African countries put is actually very low. We have an African Union agreement of 2001 that's 15% of the budget need to be to healthcare. But if you look at our country in the year 2022, 2023, the budget was 4%, meaning even the elemental aspect of the human resource for healthcare that we need to have the personnel working in the hospitals can't be covered. The aspect of having the drugs, the aspect of having equipment can't be covered with that budget. So that's why if you look at that budget that is there for the research component, you'll get less than 1% put up, which essentially cannot run the research that is expected. And that's why there's over-reliance on the donors. And when donors give you money for research, they need the information. They need the data. The data is for them. It's now for you, the country now, to beg for that particular data that has been mined from the population. And that's why for you to really be part of the conversation, and this is something that we've been discussing, that is the decolonizations of the global healthcare, then the African countries like Kenya must also put aside some funds into this particular pool of research, not just depending on what the donors will give and then dictate, because the donors will dictate what they want and their interest in the money that are given for that research.
But surely some of these positions can be negotiated, because if a research project is a multi-site study, it means the developers of that research understood the need for that diversity, and that if it's medical research, if it's a clinical trial and it's being conducted among the people of, say, a certain country, there's something here that is a subject of debate. I don't think it'll end soon, because unfortunately, research projects that involve human subjects are conducted among poor people on this continent. Yes, it is. People who are probably most at risk. They are the ones who face this thing perhaps greater. Now, why do I mention this? I mention this because there are benefits to be derived, yes, but in the absence of that research being conducted, those who are funding it would not get all the information they need. So that participation should be adequate equity, meaning whatever data we are collecting, we also should have a say.
Yes.
Because we participated in your getting the data. So I'm asking the negotiation aspect of it, where when it comes to talking about who is in charge and who has first say on the data.
Who holds the data? Are you talking about data collected within country or data in a particular research where it's multi-country?
Whichever country is involved in that particular study, I'm saying should have a big say on that. Yes,
I think we were given that, we had that conversation in Kilifi, right?
We did.
And where now, because we have data protection laws within the country and a data commissioner in the country, now the law says that data must be
nestled here.
So all the information that you gather must be nestled here. The server must be here. And then that means that
you can have that discussion.
That you own the data.
Yes.
Yeah.
But prior
to these laws,
there were no regulations on it, and it's actually the government had to really look for that information.
You see why I'm saying this is you may have that law, but how do you enforce it and how do you ensure it actually works?
Yeah.
Because when you have an MOU, when you have a proposal, when you have a document that binds you to the details of that research process, the people who are involved in it and the institutions that are involved, how do we ensure that that letter of the law is adhered to and that they don't sell themselves and their people short?
How about then that, remember the approval process?
Yes.
the custodians, the local approvers,
yes,
must ensure that
the ethical
that's what they're
review
looking
board.
for. Yes,
Yes.
they must ensure that this is part of the clauses that are there.
Yes.
The ownership of the data collected.
Yes, it is.
So the onus is now on the ethical review board.
It is. You see, the beauty of that is when looking at the ethical aspects of data. Why I'm talking about the ownership and the discussion and negotiation aspect. You see, it should go beyond just data. It should go beyond to the point of the welfare of the participants, the welfare of the communities that they come from, and not the benefit that research promises in the future. That is all good and well. But the benefit that they derive, because without them, the information that you're going to bring that future with will not exist. Part of that negotiation. So when they're looking at these proposals, that is a consideration. I'm sure they look at it, but I'm saying the emphasis can never be enough.
Yeah. I want to go back again to the issue of the current platform that gathers data. Okay, because I think when it comes to research, if this was very well managed, the current Kenya Health Data, what's it called? Kenya Health Information Services. The Kenya Health Information Services, if it was properly managed, then the bottom line and the main baseline surveys for information would be easily accessible. It sounds, and it from very many people who talk about this, is yes, there is collection of data, but it's not very well coordinated, that this is the kind of information that gets into it, that this is the person who checks the data to make sure that the data is current and that we are collecting data regularly. Then who is reviewing the data, who is interpreting the data, who is passing it on, who's categorizing the kind of information that you're receiving. So that today you're saying, we want to find out whether the incidences that we are seeing of a particular, let's say like what we saw them doing in Kemri, Kilifi, they are talking about epilepsy and mental health.
Yeah.
If there was data that shows mental health and there is data that shows epilepsy, then just from collecting of that data that's already there, that already take you like 100 steps in ahead.
It does.
And then now you start working from the data that we have. How about if we fine tune, go into a community and then know what kind of information you're looking for? Because it sounded to me like the Kilifi guys have to go to the ground and start collecting data from scratch.
Yes.
Yet we have health facilities that are interconnected.
By
and
the
have
way,
records.
You see, that's the point.
And have records.
Data is collected every day in health facilities.
Yeah.
Every single day. Now the question is, what do we do?
How does it?
And this is the thing for me, that it seems as though there's a duplicity of effort. Is there another word after duplicity? There's a duplicity of effort because you're collecting all this information. You have this rich mine of information, of records, back and forth. Anybody who walks into hospital is potentially somebody with some history, is somebody with some information that can then be used for tomorrow. But then something happens and then we want to start from the beginning. And I'm wondering, why is that? Do we not realize the rich resource that lies within our health facilities? Amongst health practitioners, amongst community health workers who know communities more than anything. When we're looking at mapping, for example, that was one of the big problems at the initial stages of COVID-19. And folks were saying, well, okay, it might be difficult for us to trace whomever. These are people who've walked into hospital, and the very thing that you do when you walk into hospital at before you get to the triage is you write your information down.
Yeah.
Isn't it? But then here we are again saying, okay, well, somebody who's walked into hospital, we have to then go again and find out where they live. Come on, it's right there. You have it. So it seems to be a disconnect between the two. If we're talking about a future pandemic, are we going to start from the beginning again?
Remember when Dr. Luga was here, he explained something that they have done with the health services in this county. And he mentioned the word community unit. Then he talked about healthcare workers.
Yes.
And the thousands, not hundreds, that they had employed. Now, if you do not have these people, if you have that information, that follow-up will not work.
And actually, that's what is happening in many of the parts in the facilities in the country. And what we say is that if even Kemri was integrated with the counties and the ministry, to the point that we have research units in every part of the country, level 5 hospitals, level 4s, and level 3s, so that even the disease trends, the treatment that are being done, actually recorded and form part of the research. And the research officers that are actually employed to mine and to have this data, then we'll have a different way of managing the diseases. But as we speak, that does not exist. The data, yes, is filled in the data, yes, and it remains there as for demographics. But then, even when there are trainings or teaching in the universities, the data that I still use or the trends I still use are for what has been done in the Western countries. In Europe and in the United States, those are the studies that are being used. But we have not gone down to ensure that we have research units in level 5 hospitals, in level 6 hospitals, and actually the personnel who work now with these specialists and the doctors that are employed there. And that's one thing that even if you look at the budgeting that is there within the counties, that aspect is not there, meaning that it has been overruled. So it really needs more emphasis on its value and outcomes to make it part of the process of the counties and nationally. Nationally,
the job of the Ministry of Health is policy, and of course, it's in charge of all this. It's in charge of data. It's in charge of research. It's in charge of all this work that needs to be done. And question that I keep asking here. So, with the kind of money that they receive and work that they have to do they all need to be here, or should they be seconded to regions and counties so that then there's better coordination? Because I get a feeling that, when people are sitting in Nairobi, they just have a global view, and as long as information is coming, well, we've got we are receiving a lot of information.
Actually,
do you know from how many centers?
Actually, health is a shared function between the counties and the national government. And we have all these projects and programs, even Kemri, running at the national government. And it is a fact that the way the counties are running, which they try to act as autonomous from the Ministry of Health, if a framework it's not conceptualized between this incoming CS and the Council of Governors and the governors, then we still have that gap in existence. They need to know that you cannot say this is part of county, this is part of national, when we are all Kenyans and we need the benefits. So that's one thing that has to be looked into. How do we ensure that now these policies that have been made by the Ministry of Health are implemented in the counties? I will tell you that the policies are good. They will be the many that are being made every day, but the implementation in the county is almost zero. The same way to the research that are done with Kemri and this aspect. There was even a data that came out recently from Kemri on just human resource, the staffing, the gaps that exist in the counties, where level 4s, level 5, which ought to offer services, intensive care services, theatre services, the number of personnel they need to have are not in existence. But that data remains at Kemri. It's not being discussed in any of these counties. Therefore, there's no way it can be implemented.
So how do you make that happen? How do you move it?
So that's why there's need to be a deliberate way to have counties and the ministry have an enforcement framework. Because even now, decisions that are made even with PSC, that are made even with any of these commissions, the counties can choose to ignore, because they claim some autonomy on the operation, like a different country. On sort of. So if that is not changed, then we are going. That's why we have a lot of gaps in healthcare. The reality, if you go down into these hospitals, there are many deaths and many severe conditions that will otherwise be prevented if there's a pattern that has been considered on them. Research, you see, look at the maternal mortality that's in existence, the number of gynecologists that are needed, the number of medical officers that are needed, and those are employed. We will have many of these that's prevented. But since that is not there, and there's a lot of, when such things happen, it's being hidden, right? They're being covered. And probably and the patients are not empowered to speak out. A few really speak out.
Yeah.
But when many of them speak up, then is when the counties and the government react to the issues. Then that's what actually happens.
And they only react to put off the fires,
Yes.
not to address the long-standing issue. Because the governor is also just playing politics.
Yes.
And he's playing a five-year cycle kind of politics. I mean, are people coming to the hospital closer to the election? Make sure that people come to hospital and they get all the things that they require. After that, forget about it. We need to continue having this conversation about health, whether we renationalize it or whether we just tell governors, you know what, you guys just deal with building hospitals.
Yeah.
Like
Do
today,
the rest.
today we saw in Nairobi, the made to close one of the wards, male wards. And the reason why that ward is closed because there are no personnel.
What?
It means that there are no doctors, there are no nurses, they can provide services.
serve.
But to see what information that the counties have is that they have enough staff. And I will tell you, for the last 5 years, it is the first time we're having a country where the doctors are graduating, doing internship, and they're not getting employed. And
there's a need at the
and
county.
there's a need.
Same with
There's
the
a
other
big
health-
shortage.
same with the other healthcare
and all
providers.
other healthcare workers. Yes.
Anyway, Daktari, we thank you very much. Always welcome to come and let's have these conversations. The seat that you occupy, it's important that you have this kind of national platform, talk about these issues so that you can push advocacy for healthcare.
Thank you.
Dr. Devji Atela is a Secretary General, National Secretary General, and the CEO of the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Pharmacists and Dentists Union.
No, board is
someone
another
else.
No, I was gonna say, he wasn't mentioned. You might as well add one more word. I mean, that's who I was.
People, have a lovely weekend. We'll be seeing you again on Monday, God willing. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Members of the National Assembly will on Monday embark on the election of chairpersons and the deputies after the House approved the motion on their membership. The lawmakers were appointed to the Departmental and Select Committee in the House by the Select Committee chaired by Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah. Ichung'wah, while moving the motion, mentioned they fell short in ensuring that they accommodate MPs in the committees which they had shown interest to seat. Minority Leader Pion Dai, while supporting the motion, termed the appointment of lawmakers to committees as a hectic process given the huge interest by MPs to sit in the Roads and Transport Committee and the one on Budget and Appropriation. Kenya Kwanza Alliance held a parliamentary group meeting where they discussed, among other issues, the sharing of leadership slots in the various committees. Now, almost 16 million children across Kenya, that is 67% of the country's children, are living with the dual impacts of poverty and the climate emergency, according to new research by Save the Children. They are among more than 150 million children across East and Southern Africa, grouped by both grinding poverty and climate disaster. South Sudan topped the list of countries in the region most likely to face these double threat, with 87% of children in the country affected, followed by Mozambique, that is 80% of the children, and Madagascar, 73%. Kenya ranks 10th highest at 67% in the globe and third in East and Southern Africa in terms of the overall number of children facing this double threat. Now, cholera is making a comeback in the Middle East and Africa, and its rapid rise has experts sounding alarms about the damage it is causing. The disease had been in decline for years, but 2022 witnessed what the United Nations called a worry upsurge around the globe. The World Health Organization says that since January, 29 countries have reported outbreaks. For the previous 5 years, fewer than 20 countries on average reported outbreaks. The leading cause of the rise, says WHO, is water contamination. And the Kenya Forest Services officers in Makueni County are still grappling with forest fires that have burned down more than 500 acres of land in a period of 1 month. Chulu, Katende, Makuli and Kitondo are among the forests facing the catastrophe. Residents claim the fires are caused by intentional burning of trees for charcoal and in the belief it will also bring them rain. Speaking in Kitondo Forest, Makueni County, Kenya Forest Services Ecosystem Conservator Evans Maneno noted forests are in great danger following following the continuous fire outbreaks. Earlier this week, Makueni Governor Mutula Kilonzo Jr. banned logging, which has led to increased fires in the county. Mutula affirmed his commitment to ensuring the environment is conserved, saying cartels were behind the forest fires. And South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa has regretted as unfortunate the U.S. Embassy's issue of a warning of a possible weekend terrorist attack in the country without consulting his government. The U.S. Embassy posted the alert on its website and identified the potential target as Sandton, a suburb in the country's financial hub of Johannesburg. Sandton, a collection of high-end shops and lofty office blocks and banks, is commonly referred to as the richest square mile on the African continent. The alert said the attack